Hey. What's going on? Marty McFly, congratulations. You are first.
Today I have proof that the war in Iran is making everything more expensive, including an item that I have had no use for far longer than I'm willing to comfortably admit: condoms!
Should I be holding this? I mean, can I show this on this show? This is up, dude.
Yes, that's right. Condoms are getting more expensive because of the war in Iran. And yes, believe it or not, this one expired in 2023. This isn't an act, folks. Look, I've said this before, war is logistics. And today I have proof that war affects literally everything. Because the war in Iran is now increasing the price of condoms.
Yeah, I saw Super Size Me.
Coming into enhanced games.
Yeah, the guy who made that movie is a complete fraud.
As you know, I had a hair.
21st $20. These are going to be stupid, aren't they?
I'm not a
Okay,
man,
fuck.
obviously, but one thing I can tell you is that this apple is freaking tighter than me. Watch this. You know, tight apples, it's not.
I think the proper term is crispy, not tight. You don't stick anything into an apple.
Floury, it's tight, it's tight, can you tell? You try. As a man, you can, it's tight, right? See, it's so tight you can't even get into it.
Yeah.
All right, Homeless Eats, we've got 7 kilos of organic bananas, 7.5 kilos, so $7.50, $1 a kilo organic. Boom, Homeless Eats, bro. How to be lean when you're homeless. Boom, this is what you do, bro. Come to the markets after hours, they do your deals. Do your deals. The leanest eating is the cheapest, guarantee it. Guarantee it. If you want ripped abs, ripped arms, eat like this. Guarantee, bro. Guarantee. All right.
That's a lot of bananas.
How to get food for little to nothing. 2 tips. One, the first one everyone knows already: buy things that are on sale and in season. 2 is if you have a man in your life, he should be paying. So there you go. Those are 2 tips on how to get food for little to nothing.
Hair transplant. I'm talking about my hair. There are some great questions. Why not just own it? Bro always dunks on others, yet isn't secure himself. I don't know. Why not just own it? And I'm gonna tell you that it caused some less than ideal.
Dodo donated $3.
An Israeli-linked organization called Generative AI for Good has published a video that they allege features a survivor of sexual violence in Iran.
Is Israel running an AI regime change psyop? Like, of all the ways to complain about AI being used to cause political disturbances, why the fuck are we complaining about Israel? Like, how about all the AI videos coming out of Iran, China, Russia? We're not going to complain about that. We're just going to complain about fucking Israel, the one fucking liberal democratic state that we have a problem with.
But its detractors say that this is all manufactured propaganda as part of a regime change psyop. And let me just say, if that is true, the Iranian leaders who will.
But they won't acknowledge that they're getting, like, they're useful idiots for the Chinese psyop. Well, fuck Young Turks. Fucking assholes. Fucking hate them. Thanks for the donation, Dono. Dono Tillers react to these, VG.
Slice of the brisket?
Yeah.
Like brisket sliced to order.
It's fatty, it's salty, it's earthy.
Excellent.
That's how army food should be.
Can we try a slice of
Yeah. I don't know why they can't just cook tofu, but 89% of children died from flu or unvaccinated. I don't know the exact number. That is the exact number. Death growls.
In this country were able to send their kids to school without worrying about whether they could come home with a dangerous case of the flu or a dangerous case of the measles, as my colleague from South Carolina is saying. Last year, we saw the largest number of children die from the flu in modern history. Are you familiar with that, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, I am.
And have you told President Trump about that? The last year was the largest childhood death of flu in America, in modern America.
Well, that's one of the reasons that FDA just approved 2 new vaccines for influenza A and influenza B.
Because you would agree that last year was the worst year on record in terms of flu deaths in modern history, not in the old days. Not
right.
In those.
In the old days, we were having hundreds of thousands.
You're right. Of course. Do you agree that 89% of the children who died from flu were unvaccinated?
I don't know the exact number.
That is the exact number, Mr. Kennedy, and it was, I think of interest to a lot of people in America that you took down the communications from HHS on the flu, the importance of getting a vaccine when you first became the secretary. And I just wondered whether you regret having done that. You're now saying that you're approving vaccines for the flu.
I approve lots of vaccines. I've spent $1 billion, authorized $1 billion, developing new vaccines, including a universal flu vaccine.
So are you
I think last year the flu vaccine had something like a 20% efficacy. So having these single antigen vaccines is not serving the public interest. The Cochrane collaboration said they simply don't work.
For the record, Mr. Secretary, then I assume you no longer believe that the flu vaccine is destroying children's brains, that there's zero evidence that the flu vaccine prevents any hospitalizations or any deaths, because today you're here agreeing that the vast majority of kids that died from the flu were people without vaccines, and you're saying that you're now approving vaccines.
We're making sure that we follow the science, Senator.
Well, I hope you'll follow the science, because that's what put us in the position 30 years ago of essentially having measles declared at an end in the United States of America.
Well, many nations have lost their elimination status, including Canada, the UK, a lot of Europe this year.
This guy is just so fucking retarded. Trump admin insider trading happened again. Traders placed 430 bet on oil decline 15 minutes before Trump said he'd extend the Iran ceasefire. Third time this month. Yeah. For some reason, this doesn't have any audio, but yeah, try to watch this whole video.
I used to be terrified of animal product. I would not touch meat, dairy with a 10-foot pole. Being plant-based was my personality. And being plant-based was great. It really helped me heal my relationship with food. Coming from ballet where there was a lot of restriction, it helped me get back to eating more. But at the same time, I didn't have a period. I was always hungry. My hormones were so messed up. I had close to no progesterone, and I just never really felt grounded. So about 2 years ago, I decided to start integrating meat back into my diet. So I started with really high quality ground beef and bone broth, integrated some eggs in there, and I felt scared at first. I thought I was gonna have a weird reaction, but
you want to guarantee she gained a fuck ton of weight? So she was underweight. Literally every symptom she's talking about sounds like she was just underweight. What do you eat? Healthy online student ballerina.
Hey guys.
Yeah, she was underweight. You could see her face is more gaunt, and she might also... She's very pale. She might have had some kind of, like, iron deficiency. Yeah, she's noticeably skinnier. So she just gained weight. What a fucking dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2.
What'd you eat for breakfast today?
I eat today.
Yeah, I've already seen like him say that over and over again, dude.
MRI. I was done this week to check my visceral fat and other things. I had a full body MRI a year ago. I went.
I've already heard the story. Oh. Loud noises. Cats are just hilarious. Oh, wow. Oh. Nice shootings. I really love cats. They're great.
We just weren't in a position to make the multi-billion-dollar investment into Anthropic so that they could use our compute. But Google and AWS were, and they put in huge investments in the beginning so that Anthropic in return used their compute. I would say my mistake is I didn't deeply internalize that they really had no other options. A VC would never put in $5-10 billion of investment into an AI lab with the hopes of it turning out to be Anthropic. And so that was my miss, but I'm not going to make that same mistake again. And I'm delighted to invest in OpenAI. And when Anthropic came to us, I'm delighted to be an investor. If I could have, I would have done it even earlier. At the time that Anthropic needed us to do it, we just weren't in a position to do it.
How so? Like a cash thing or just?
Yeah, we never invested outside the company at the time. And we didn't realize we needed to. I always thought that they could just go raise VCs, for God's sakes, like all companies do. But what they...
Boring.
That you described in your testimony. In that context, in your testimony, you identified nutrition as a bedrock of health and one of the primary levers for treating and preventing chronic.
What the fuck is wrong with his breathing? I understand his voice is fucked, but like, what is this?
Disease. You also emphasize that it's imperative for our nation's healthcare providers to be equipped to incorporate nutrition into patient care. Securing commitments from more than 50 medical schools to provide at least 40 hours of nutrition education is an incredible start. I don't think it was very long ago that there was probably very little nutrition taught in medical school. And now we are encouraging that to be a focal point. How does HHS plan to build on this progress by securing additional
Like, if I didn't know any better, I would have figured he's sleeping.
Commitments from medical schools and expanding nutrition education into other key areas such as residency training, medical licensing, and continuing medical education?
Thank you very much, Chairman.
What the fuck is wrong with him? That's not normal. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Why the fuck is this woman trying to gain weight? Is she just starving from dieting?
She's just a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. You watch Nate Friedman videos. I don't know who that is. Will Mage only tellers. Here's another one who failed the veganism because apparently being a veterinarian is enough. Also, Todd Lee left a comment. Oh, really? Jesus. This dumb fucking shit.
The first time in 11 years. For those that don't know, I was vegan for 9 years. About a year ago, I decided to stop. I made the decision to go vegan for a few reasons. Being the impressionable 14-year-old I was at the time, I saw a lot of slaughterhouse videos on the internet, and that definitely influenced my decision. But it was also around the time that I decided I wanted to be a vet, and I thought that being vegan kind of went along with that. Being vegan was something I was really passionate about up until about a year ago. There were a few things that influenced my decision to stop. One of the reasons being that I'm currently in vet school, and honestly learning about production medicine made me feel more okay with eating meat. A lot of what you see on the internet is the 1% of the worst stuff that happens.
What? I don't even know what the fuck she was saying there. That just made no sense. The second part where, oh, you only see the worst of the worst on the internet. Oh, right. Murder isn't that bad. Anytime you see like videos on the internet, like on LiveLeak or something, where somebody gets killed, that's just the worst of the worst. Like killing somebody, you know, actually in a normal way, it's not that bad. So, like if I were to murder her, it just, you know, you see these videos online where people get chainsawed to death or, you know, get like disemboweled. That's the worst of the worst. Like, you know, just, I don't know, crushing your head in instantly with a hammer or something. It's just not that bad. So, you know, murder's okay.
And it isn't what happens in normal meat production.
Another thing that influenced my decision was just my relationship with food getting better. Some people may think of a meal plan as more restrictive, but for me, it gave me freedom. I stopped caring as much about the things that I ate. And when I was no longer scared of food and didn't feel the need to restrict myself, I stopped feeling as passionate about being vegan. And of course,
she was clearly just like a dumb bitch. What did Todd Lee have to say? You're gonna have just ground beef and rice. Way better if you mix the two together, especially if it has to be reheated later. Great video. Ugh. Jeez. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage. Dodo donated $2.
Brother, America first or Israel first?
I don't care.
Actually done a real study that answers that question. It's called Guyer, G-U-I-E-R 2000. And it says that the 80% mortality in chronic disease that took place, in mortalities from chronic disease that took place in the 20th century, that almost none of it was attributable to vaccination. It was attributable to hygiene, to sewer plants, the better water supplies, to engineering that got oranges.
So, I have to interrupt you. What was the CDC paper you said attributed improvements in longevity to sewer treatment, for example, not vaccines? I'm looking for that on ChatGPT, and it says it doesn't exist. So what is that?
It's called Guyer. The lead author is Guyer, G-U-I-E-R. There's another one that came out in 1977 that was a required reading in virtually every medical school that says the same thing. And actually,
who's the author of that one?
That one was called McKinley and McKinley.
McKinley and McKinley. That one is not CDC, according to ChatGPT.
That's not. The Guyer is CDC and Johns Hopkins.
Senator Hess. Yes, and just speaking as a doctor, just to close the conversation, thank you for giving Guyer's name. I've looked up the article. The quote is, thus vaccination does not account for the impressive declines in mortality seen in the first half of last century. The reductions in vaccine-preventable diseases, however, are impressive. I'll condense. In the early 1920s, there were about 500,000 annual cases before the introduction of the measles vaccine in the 60s. Because of vaccines, these deaths have been virtually eliminated. So that's the complete context.
I was talking about mortality, Senator.
That's what they're saying. The deaths have been virtually eliminated. Okay. Again, speaking as a physician, I will say I looked up the McKinley articles. There was 3.5 million cases of measles per year before the vaccine came along, and about 550 deaths. And then the vaccine took those to less than 100. And like 0 deaths. So the efficacy of the Macaulay paper was written before, for events before 1950, which is before the vaccine came out. But then the vaccine came out, and that's when cases went from 3.5 million down.
Why don't they make me the health secretary? Oh, it's an interesting cat. Wow. Oh, fuck. Those are some good cats. Read the comments of this.
Israel has been celebrating.
Independence Day overshadowed by war, and they don't themselves rule colonizers. Sixth Society apartheid, yeah. Everybody in the comments section can die.
The doctors tell you not to eat grapefruit when you're on medication. You know why? Because grapefruit counters all the medication and heals your...
It doesn't counter the medication. It makes the medication more effective, basically. So that's a huge issue with things like blood pressure meds, where because the grapefruit like extends the half-life and makes the blood pressure meds more potent, you can get dangerous drops in blood pressure that make you faint and smash your head on the table. So it doesn't counteract the medication, it makes it work more, which can give you bad results.
Your body from almost every illness. The bitter and the...
No, grapefruits don't heal you from almost every illness.
grapefruit is very beneficial. Helps with your blood, helps with your brain, helps with your stomach, helps with everything. So yeah, that's kind of why they tell you, don't be mixing and matching, because then you're going to get all...
This guy is so outrageously fucking stupid. It's like unbelievable. Who's this dumbass? Why are there so many fucking stupid people everywhere? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And speaking of being starving, let's see more of the Eagle family.
Well, yeah, that's the Eagle family. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
PLS watch or rewatch from 1550 up until 2020.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Prank, Stoof, Winope.
What is with these SJW anti-Semites and all their colonizer white gullet bullshit?
It's just communist horseshit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Is better for sexual health. And what made watching this boring as hell, stupid documentary for an hour and a half worth it was this part, guys. They put cock rings on 3 dudes and had them eat bean burritos and saw who popped a bigger
They weren't cock rings.
A bigger boner. I was laughing so hard watching this nonsense shit.
Yeah, they're pressure sensors. So if you have an erection, it puts pressure on the sensor and then it detects if you have an erection.
So the first day they ate a meat burrito, and the second day they eat a plant-based burrito, and they have this cock ring on while they're sleeping to measure their erection. Yeah, real great science, guys. As ridiculous as this is, I will mention that conventional meats raised in feedlots are highly estrogenic because of atrazine on feed and crops, and will usually lower male fertility. I have a video on this titled, Grain-Fed Beef Will Make You Fat and Flabby. Now we bring in Juice Boy Nimai Delgado. They try to make the argument that meat eaters have similar testosterone to vegans. They try to say soy isn't estrogenic, and there is far too much proof about the estrogenic effects of soy formula.
They literally found no difference in infants fed soy formula. I've read the study before.
The dangers of isoflavones. You want to make an argument saying soy isn't estrogenic, yet the reason I am standing here looking like a girl is because I was fed a soy formula. And
no, you're just like a gay retard.
Now this clown of a narrator,
he was just destined to be a gay retard,
starts talking about cigarettes, trying to argue that the tobacco industry used to lie, so now the meat industry is lying. Really? Is that why Americans have been eating 70% plants for the past 50 years? The lobby behind grain, soy, corn, fruits, vegetables, Bayer, Monsanto is far larger than any meat lobby. This is gaslighting at its finest. They attempt to dispel the wisp of confusion that pops up in the media from time to time that meat or eggs is okay. I don't even know why they brought this up, because the conventional appeal to authority ideas are in favor of plant-based. Very few people in the mainstream acknowledge keto or meat-based diets. They still have reservations.
Yeah, because they're bad for you.
Then we go out to Africa with a group of people that is protecting rhinos from poachers. One guy who was patrolling, protecting an animal every day, said it didn't make sense to eat meat every night when he was protecting a rhino. Pretending there isn't a difference between using an animal for a trophy versus nourishment, it's comical how they compare shooting an endangered species for sport to eating a steak for dinner. Moving into the environment.
They weren't making that distinction. The guy just acknowledged that it's silly to value one animal life over another.
Saying that animal agriculture is destroying land, which is hypocritical considering every form of conventional agriculture destroys land.
Yeah, animal agriculture destroys it a lot fucking more. You're talking at least 4 times more.
And that animals naturally grazing is what is required for regenerative agriculture.
There's no such thing as regenerative agriculture through this like stupid natural grazing bullshit. It's just made up nonsense.
They try to say that animals are using up water. Yeah, keep growing those almond trees, that lettuce. Very high water usage in vegan diets as well. It's not exclusive to meat.
The water use in water-intensive crops like almonds or whatever the fuck lettuce, it's not even comparable to water usage for things like alfalfa, which is used for, animal feed.
Meat, and those numbers are always foggy. Of course, this leads to emissions, yet there is absolutely no proof there is a man-made impact on climate change, as CO2...
Yes, there is. We can measure the CO2 in the atmosphere based on the type of CO2. We know that it is from man-made sources, and we can look at different sources of heat forcing. So solar forcing, water evaporation, carbon, I think nitrogen. Yeah, nitrogen's another one. We can look at all these different sources that have a greenhouse gas effect or warming effect and create models. And we know for a fact the increase in carbon content in the atmosphere is primarily responsible for global warming.
Is only 4% of greenhouse gases, while water vapor accounts for 96%. And
yes, I don't know what he thinks this means. So CO2 is not a particularly strong insulator. Water vapor is much stronger. That doesn't mean CO2 isn't the primary driver of increased warming. And if you have increased warming, no shit, you're going to have more water vapor. It's almost as if you're describing a positive feedback loop.
And we don't know much about water vapor. Even if this climate change nonsense was true.
What does he mean we don't know much about water vapor? Is this a newly discovered substance?
True. They are blaming meat when they should be blaming factories, corporations, especially overpopulation. They aren't telling you to stop driving to
Well, luckily Frank's gay. He's not going to be contributing to overpopulation.
McDonald's are having kids.
If anything, he's probably convinced a few people to kill themselves with his fucking black pill horse shit.
But they sure do want to take your meat away. Oh yeah, no, go to McDonald's, buy the Beyond Burger instead of the beef burger. So what's the lesson from this documentary? I guess if you're a professional athlete and want to throw your career down the drain, you can go vegan. It's very important to point out that every single thing said.
This is coming from the guy who's like one of the most uncoordinated, unathletic people I've ever fucking come across in my life.
In this documentary is completely incorrect. It's misinterpreting what's going on. It's fear-mongering. But the takeaway from this...
Frank is functionally illiterate. He can read words. Like, he knows what the alphabet is, but he doesn't understand anything he's reading. He has no critical thinking skills, no reasoning skills, can't rationalize or reason at all. So he's functionally illiterate.
Is that they want to control you, they want to control the food supply, they want to keep making money, and above all of this, we have to start fighting against it, making other people aware of this, and pointing things out. If someone starts bringing up the documentary, starts saying, hey, that guy had to retire. Hey, he got injured. Hey, she came in last place. We have to educate people and inform them on the realities that you need high quality, nutrient-dense animal foods as a basis in our diet.
Yeah, and what did he do? He quit the carnivore diet, said it gave him health problems, and is eating the majority of his calories from plants now. So go figure. Dodo donators, G's wonder why. China is now eating our lunch. RFK Jr. warns the U.S. losing its edge in China in medical research, drug development. They got more drugs approved last year. Went from running 3% in clinical trials to 30%. So I think it's mainly Republicans that blocked a lot of stem cell research. That was the Republican Party who did that. So that's one of the reasons. The U.S. also just has a tendency to make every fucking drug illegal. So anytime you want to do research on a new promising treatment. Oh no, it's illegal. We can't study weed. We can't study psilocybin. We can't study like MDMA, ketamine, because it's all like Schedule 3. Same thing with a lot of hormones. So that's another fucking problem. There's also some other weird kind of institutional issues with study funding for sources and drug companies needing to make a profit and just making kind of cynical decisions. Whereas China, they can just throw money at whatever.
Is now eating our lunch. They got more drugs approved last year. 50% of the drugs that were approved in the world were approved in China. They went from running 3% of clinical trials to running 30%, and Australia is taking about the same amount. We are losing scientists, we're losing our IPs, we're losing physicians, we're losing the best researchers, and we're going to lose our biosecurity. And
I only have a few, so what do we need to do?
We're doing it right now. We are.
To be fair, RFK Jr. is doing some good things. It looks like he is trying to open up research for a number of drugs that are on a schedule list. I think I heard he did want to open up research on psilocybin.
Are fast-tracking approvals now in our country at record levels. This year, we approved 67 new drugs, 39 all of these are records, 39 medical devices, 91 generic drugs. We are reducing the clinical trials from 2 trials to 1 trial where appropriate. Mm-hmm. We are fast-tracking approvals so companies can get them. We just approved the 2 fastest drugs in history, 2 oncology drugs, one in 45 days, the other in 55 days.
Yeah, he is right about some of that. Rare, not stupid take from RFK.
Yup, that's me on a live podcast with my ex-girlfriend that over... Really
healthy relationship number 3. That's great. Don't really fucking care.
Yep, that's me.
10-year body transformation. Why is he, like, I guess this is all he can do. He's really stupid, right? I don't fucking care. His videos aren't even loading very well. So, yeah, he's just uploading stupid slop trash that he's already talked about before and using AI thumbnails of himself. This guy just seems like he's just totally fucking cooked. He has a really erratic upload schedule now, too. He's a fucking loser. Women are so unbelievable.
Be messy, but even more so if you're wealthy. Sometimes when you're doing budget, case would be high net worth, especially in New York City. I'm usually looking at cases that are usually above $20 million in assets. We're dealing with people that are hedge fund managers. We're dealing with people that, which is 300 and to go to the gym more. I might need a trainer. I might need more plastic surgery and nicer, and they're emotionally hard. And so I often.
Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Aren't those two eaglets cute, though? Their names are Jackie and Shadow, and they are attacking the media and internet by storm.
I guess. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I disagree. VG, I would sacrifice a dog over an endangered rhino any day of the week.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Why do you think Frank lands more attractive women than you're able to get? Like, he may be gay or bi, sure, but he's had girlfriends too, or prostitutes. At least they're willing to have sex with him if he wanted it. You just into fat and ugly girls, or...
Frank has literally admitted to never having a girlfriend. He also worked as a gay prostitute. He, like, again, openly admitted he only ever had male clients. And he has made a number of, like, sad, pathetic, dumb, miserable videos talking about how, because of his height, no girls are into him. So he gets absolutely no pussy. The primary reason for that is that he's gay. I don't even know why the fuck he's making videos like that, but thanks for the donation, 21st.
Sexy time side effects.
Thanks for the donation. The membership. And
Coach Greg, in today's video, I'm talking about my hair. As you know, I had a hair transplant. I did it through Now Hair Time. And just so you know, I don't have to pay anything. For me, essentially everything is free. I mean, you probably already knew that. And even if it isn't free, it feels free to me. I could afford to get my hair done in any location in the world, pay the most expensive doctors. It's essentially free, but I still chose to go there. I've been there once, enjoyed the process, and so I chose to do it again. A lot of people make
New Turkey Tom video about as early.
In 2022...
Yeah, maybe we'll watch that. Zuli is kind of a worthless fucktard. Thanks for the donation, N.
Make fun of me because I went to Uzbekistan or Turkey to do this rather than going, for example, to the United States, but my opinion is they're better. They do so many of these that this is like nothing to them. I simply chose to go to a spot that I was comfortably going to. Remember, guys like Sebum have gone to this. There's famous UFC fighters. And so I felt comfortable going. If I didn't, remember, I already had gone once. If it was all that bad, do you really think I would have gone again? Like, I don't understand why people don't use their logic. Oh my goodness, his hair is so bad. John Bravo said it was awful. Well, maybe it wasn't good enough, but it was good enough for me to have gone and to go again. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to say some bullshit and brag up a company or not brag. I'm just telling you my honest reaction. I chose to go to the same place again. Could I have gone here? Yes, of course I could. But I trusted them more. And so do whatever you want. Now, I don't know how much you'd have to pay. The guy that was sitting next to me in the limo one day, he paid $3,800 USD. He said his procedure was about 8 hours. Myself, it was about 6 hours, and I essentially slept the entire time because they'd given me some Xanax. Am I even allowed to say that word? whatever. And so when you undergo this treatment, the worst part by far is the freezing of the head. That hurts the most. Not gonna lie, it's not pleasant. It's most certainly not enjoyable. Why did I do it a second time? A lot of people, I read the questions. Why did you do it again? Well, because I wanted to have more hair in the front as well as my crown. Now, comments saying, well, it's your fault. You abused performance-enhancing drugs. Did I say it wasn't my fault? I don't care whose fault it is by passing blame on someone.
He had a really minor recession. It was not substantive at all. I was actually surprised that he'd even bother getting a hair transplant because he didn't really have much recession. Like, what? He was at least 45 at the time when he got the hair transplant? Like, the idea that he had like a little bit of recession at the age of 45 because he was using steroids, like, give me a fucking break. He was probably just going to lose his hair regardless.
Blaming, oh, I blame God, it's my parents. I don't care. It happened. I abused steroids. Did that cause it? Maybe. Would it have still happened eventually? Probably. But I simply wanted to mug with my hair. And so you can look and see, is it horrible?
Like, the guy's 5'6" fucking tall, and he sounds like the parrot from Aladdin. Like, we know why he gets girls sort of, kinda now. It's his money. I don't know. I guess if you have the money to pay for it, whatever, but like, he admitted the surgery isn't pleasant, it hurts, there's a recovery period, you look like a fucking retard for a few months with like weird fucked up hair. If the whole fucking reason you're getting pussy is just your money, like, I don't know why you'd even fucking bother at that point. Dodo don't need teller is true. Son Piker should have no safe refuge in the Democratic Party. Sooner you make that clear, yeah. So, like, he's just absolute cancer.
Latvia.
Workout XQCL.
Latvia? Okay, dude. No way. Yeah. Bro, I'm bad at every game, dude. I'm even bad at geography games.
This is, yeah, that's pretty bad. Can you offer to moderate a debate between Destiny and Andrew Wilson? No, I'm not going to bother.
The reason he's very frustrating for you to debate with, the reason that he wanted to bog things down into things like the most ridiculous thing in the world, though it's unprecedented. Everything's unprecedented. That's unprecedented, right? The whole idea there, and you pointed this out rightly, is, well, I guess words don't mean anything, right? We just use unprecedented, I guess, when we mean new. When we get down to the core, the pillar that holds up the belief of Destiny, what is it? What is the pillars that hold up the left? What is the philosophical underpinnings?
I don't know in his case. I think in his case, actually the philosophical underpinning is people who don't agree with him are bad people and therefore they need to be destroyed by any means necessary. I think that's it. So it's about power, really.
Well, I think the idea, the philosophical underpinnings operate from the left-right dialectic. The left-wing pillar is based around anti-realism, anti-moralism. So that's why you end up with postmodernism and many of these other philosophies which come from left-wing liberalism. Those aren't coming from right-wingers, those are coming from left-wingers. Right-wingers are, the reason that they're so much more associated with things like traditionalism or things like religion, this kind of thing, is because
they're dumb.
They view society as being duty-bound, and progressives view everything through the prism of rights. So I have a right to do this, I have a right to do this, I have a right to do that.
Okay, so then why are, like, right-wingers always the one harping about things like free speech, right to bear arms, like, there's different, like, both the left and right wing care about rights. It's just that you see more, concern from the right wing talking about right to free speech, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, right to bear arms, and basically just concern over like big government, paying too many taxes, stuff like that, which is kind of interlinked. And then on the left, you have things like, rights with regards to discrimination, sexual orientation, gender identity, stuff like that. But they both care about rights.
And the right is saying you have a duty to do this, you have a duty to do that, you have a duty. So this is where that dialectic really clashes. From Destiny's standpoint, there's no such thing as a moral fact. None. They don't exist. Everything is dependent upon stance. So if that's the case, you can't actually do anything immoral, which is why he does so many things which are immoral, right? Because from his perspective, it's just dependent on stance. The right is saying there's universality with morality. It's not just stance dependent, it's stance independent. The reason that they get so upset with the left is because they perceive them as doing things which are horrendously immoral. But from the left stance, they're like, well, but it's all stance dependent, so I can't be doing anything immoral. And that's why the underpinnings for the kind of like philosophical pillars, they don't align, and why we're constantly clashing.
That was just a bunch of jibber jabber.
Well, is it good? You can say it's uneven, it's even. In person, it looks pretty good. I haven't had any complaints. Mepsigram, she really likes it, and for everyone else...
His hair looks retarded. I don't know what it's gonna look like when his hair fully grows out, but right now it looks like he got a hair transplant. Especially for somebody his age, and I guess maybe I'm a little biased too, because I saw what his hair looks like before. You don't typically see a hairline like this low and this even, and like the way it's rounded on each side, it looks fake. I remember there was I think it was Jamie Foxx who had a problem with a hair transplant that he had, where he had a similar issue where he lowered his hairline down too far, and the corners, like, I don't know what the fuck you call this. He basically eliminated those corners, and it just looked fake. It looked like a hair transplant. Like, I see the same thing. Like, I've always had that. I've not gotten any recession yet, but I've always had that kind of thing. Like, if I were to fill that out with a transplant, it would just end up looking weird. And it doesn't look natural. So the people who did this probably should have not brought his hairline that far forward, especially around here. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Fucking god damn it. Fuck you. Oh my god, just... Why is it not letting me drag the fucking link? What is the fucking problem here? Why can't I drag the link? What is the fucking issue? Oh my god. There we go.
We are outside the Cuban embassy doing a very joyous kind of rally saying that we want the U.S. to keep its hands off Cuba, to let Cuba live, no invasion.
These are the most ridiculous, unserious, stupid fucking people just on the planet. Leave them in Cuba. Don't let them return. Just, like, fuck them. Stay in Cuba. You love communism so much. U.S. has over 800 military bases, polluting land, air, water, worldwide. What the fuck? Yeah, okay. Enormous threat to freshwater, military, AI-driven weapons, Blah blah. Great Lakes imperialism.
What do you think about all these data centers using water from the Great Lakes region? Did you know that the Great Lakes is the largest freshwater system on Earth? It makes up about 20% of all of the world's freshwater. If you're like me, you love swimming in Lake Michigan when the weather gets nice over the summer. So I'd like Lake Michigan to be around for a long time. But
This is communist propaganda brain rot to close down data centers. So China has an advantage with the AI race.
So we just mailed a petition to one of the largest environmental organizations in the country.
No one cares. You're a gay fucking retard. You have a unibrow. You're probably a product of fucking incest.
Post today. It quoted a Truth Social message from Donald Trump talking about Israel. They said, whether people like Israel or not, they have proven to be a great ally of the United States. They're courageous and bold.
I don't care. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Technically, I don't care. Who am I trying to impress here? I'm 50. I try to be happy for myself. I want to look in the mirror and enjoy the fro as well as with Mepsigram. And so I go to the gym to train to look better. I bike race to be faster. I sometimes dress with nice clothing to look better. And I have tons of money to do so. I even bought a couple Rolexes. I have fancy cars. And so, hey, I'm just trying to mog. I'm not sure I've ever seen a good hair transplant. That guy Doucette, who many people think is my brother, we have no actual relation. He says, mine's working out pretty decent. I literally saw him at the gym and I was like, bro, your hair? He was balding and he came back and he was way better. It was unbelievable. And so I'm like, yeah, I got to definitely get my hair done because I could see the results speaking for themselves. Did I need a hair transplant, in particular a second one? No, I didn't need it. I just wanted it. Like, it is what it is. Going for a second time isn't a good ad. I don't give a shit if this is a good ad or not. I'm just making a video. Do you think I need to post this video? I figured you wanted to know. It gets some views. I went twice, and guess what? Some people...
Careful VG, the SJWS in the comments might say you are being misogynistic by not listening to a woman speak. Maybe you should listen to her next time.
Nobody should really listen to women speak. That's just a good idea. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Go 3 times, some people go 4 times. Especially in the crown, about 50% of the hairs, they don't stay. And so you have to do it again. In the front where there's more blood flow, about 90 to 95% are going to stay. But they can only harvest a certain amount of hairs, maybe 3,500. I had 3,000 done myself. Before, it's kind of too much. I believe Chris Bumstead maybe did 4,500. This is a lot. But remember, Chris was losing his hair more significantly than myself. Last I checked, women get hair extensions. It takes like 4 hours, sometimes more. They'll do it every 3 hours. There's things you can do, for example, Botox, of which I get done. You're thinking, yeah, but you have no confidence because you got Botox. I don't think it means that you have no confidence to get Botox or a hair transplant or to dress nicely or to buy watches or to buy cars or to do all the things that you feel make you perhaps look better, to feel better. But if it is, then absolutely zero confidence whatsoever. Now, I recorded a video at...
I'm sorry, but rhinos are just too precious to let go extinct.
A recent birth in Indonesia is giving conservationists hope for the future.
Baby rhinos are really cute.
This calf was born at the Sumatran Rhino Sanctuary, bringing its population up to 10. The World Wildlife Fund estimates there are only around...
It's nice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
4:30 in the morning, not even 24 hours after surgery. I was on all the pain meds, and you could clearly see that I had the hair transplant. My personal opinion is somebody who has no confidence probably would have said, I'm going to wait till the swelling goes down in a week from now, because I have actually about 25 videos pre-recorded that you haven't seen yet. And so in some videos, you're going to see me with some hair, and some you're seeing me with no hair. And so Do I have confidence? Do I not have confidence? Well, the argument should be that I abuse steroids. That proves that I have no confidence because any man with confidence wouldn't take steroids. But the problem is I abuse steroids not because I felt small, but because I wanted to be an IFBB pro and wanted to make that my career. That was my love and passion, and I was so passionate. Anything. Well, they're just erring on the side of caution. And so the reality is by about day 10, the follicles that you put in your hair, they're kind of solidified. So they're taking on my crown. 10 days, maybe it was 12 days before that, shaved off. And she wanted this done. And I said, I'll join you. And by the way, it was free. So I'm like, this will be an experience. We'll do this as a couple. We got there, and because she had Crohn's disease, she couldn't get her hair did. But I was there, and it was free, and so I did it. But I wasn't about to.
That makes no sense. Sleepy Donny Tillers, what is the purpose of this product? Genuinely confused as to why anybody would purchase this. Do you people drink it? Yeah, it's... he sells things on the website that he says aren't for human consumption. But if you watch his videos, he'll say, yeah, you're supposed to eat this. It's good for you or something. And then he says, I just have to do that for the legal reasons. And believe it or not, yes, there are like dumbasses who are fans of Frank Tufano who buy this and literally just drink it. Because they're retarded. Like, again, Frank's fans, they are the dumbest, most trailer trash, inbred, fucktarded, subhuman troglodytes you will ever fucking come across. One of Frank's fans, who is like this black dude with a bunch of tattoos all over his face, he actually, like, opened it up and just drank it like a fucking moron. So hopefully they all get salmonella and die or something. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy.
To take a month off? Are you kidding me? And so on day 3, I was training harder than last time. When I got home, I was on my bike. Day 1, I still remember it. I was trying to go easy. I kept my heart rate at 145, just on 3. And they said, oh, the sweating bad. I had all the fans in my hair and I'm riding like this. And I'm thinking, this sucks. And so I didn't do anything that I was supposed to do. I also took no medications. I didn't take anything. No finasteride, no dutasteride, no GHK, Say-U, nothing. And so it was what it was. And for the most part, I think it accepted most of it. But the area in the front that I had put down, there really wasn't a lot of thickness. There was perhaps 20% the thickness that you should have. And so if you really look closely at my old videos, you might see less hair than ideal. And certainly less in the back, but it was significantly better than it was previously. Like, a lot of the hair stayed despite the fact that I was an idiot, lifting weights, doing cardio, and just training and not giving a shit. But this time I said, you know, I'm going to do a lot of reading, the ChatGPT, and it said, you know, by 2 weeks in, you're probably good. Zone 1 after week, you're fine. Don't overstress it. In case you're wondering, I am taking GHK-Cu. This is the copper peptide. I'm doing 6 milligrams a day. I'm doing it with glutathione as well as NAD. Remember, you can go to AlgoRx if you're interested in getting specific medications, in particular for your hair. And so, for example, oral minoxidil. You get it at AlgoRx. GHK-Cu, you can get it. It's topical. You can put that in your hair after the scabs fall off, which is somewhere around day 11-ish or so. And if you're looking to get your growth hormone levels up, you can take, of course, CJC 1295 as well as ipamorelin. Now, I used to do these things back in like 2010. I think this is the first time I started. I'm not actually taking CJC 1295 or ipamorelin or IGF-1. I'm not actually taking the peptides to build more muscle. As
forgot my namification of tellers. How about Injustice, Rogues Among Us? Yeah. Low tier god should make that game. Thanks for the donation for having me.
I don't feel that I need it. Now, you're probably thinking, night and day, your physique, it's like, holy shit.
Well, that's Greg's hair transplant. Sleepy donate tellers. Do people eat these too? What nutrients? Blah, blah, blah. Eating this must be crazy. I know there's... I'm pretty sure this type of horse shit is just a grift. These are garbage. Like, this is shit that gets thrown in the trash. So I think this was all a grift from Frank, where you know, nobody eats organs, so many more nutrients, and then he gets dumbasses to buy this worthless shit for $10. Like, I've never really seen Frank eat any of this horse shit. Every time, even when he was on the carnivore diet, I never really saw him eat liver or heart or kidneys or anything like that. Like, maybe like 1 or 2 times for like some stupid video he fucking made, but like when he did his day of eating videos, you never saw him eat this shit. So yeah, it's just grift. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy.
Andrew Tate became one of the most famous people in the world. His Bugatti, his lung capacity, and his promise to save young men from the Matrix became a permanent rot in everyone's minds. With his massive success came an entire genre of copycats, and some of them actually grew pretty big audiences. But in most cases, you might hear about them in a stupid TikTok and then never again.
Now for me, $250,000 is not much money. As you guys could understand, it's because as male, an alpha male, you need that challenge daily.
This is King Azule. He went viral during the big red pill content wave, flexing his fast cars, big house, and saying that students with bad grades are actually geniuses.
If you're a young boy and you're in a situation where you're an F student, let me tell you something. You got a bright future, buddy.
Ben is also Israeli, something I wouldn't even mention if he didn't talk about it so much.
Shoot!
He claims to be worth over $100 million, a former Israeli gangster, a counter-terrorist operative, a kung fu master who was trained by the owner of a Chinese restaurant, and a member of a real-life underground fight club. It's not shocking that all of this Temu Batman backstory is completely made up. What is shocking is the very real crime he committed almost 20 years ago, which left a 15-year-old girl beaten and traumatized after what Ben, his brother, and his friend did to her. Not to mention a myriad of other allegations that are easy to believe given his legal footprint. This is one of the most horrific cases I have ever stumbled across, and the perpetrator is about as goofy as it gets.
I had a friend that was mentally challenged. I had 2 friends that were in wheelchair. I had a friend that was a midget, and I was protecting them.
This is the story of King Azule, the Israeli.
What do you think would fuck up someone's health worse if they consumed it, Frank's beef blood or Frank's beef heart?
Probably the blood. I'd imagine that would go pretty bad quickly. So, yeah, I'd say, probably the blood. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy.
Andrew Tate. Every supposed alpha male needs a backstory to sell themselves to the world. Andrew Tate had kickboxing and his camgirl business. The Liver King had stealing pharmaceutical equipment and wearing guest clothing to school so people would stop bullying him. Naturally, when Ben was starting his career, he knew he needed a series of accolades to boost his credibility. We'll start with the About page on his website. Ben retired at the age of 24 after selling patents for $150 million. Since then, he's invested in hundreds of businesses as a venture capitalist and took an active role in 16 businesses that have generated over $500 million in sales. He won multiple medals in bodybuilding competitions and has competed in many cage fights around the world. The first thing I want to pick out here is the retired at the age of 24 thing. Since Ben's info has been made public due to his online infamy, we know that he's 36 right now. So he was born in 1990 and would have been 24 in 2014. We know for a fact that he didn't retire in 2014 because
it's a shame the Sumatran rhino is one of the world's most endangered species, with only 37 to 45 left on the planet.
Yeah, that's not many rhinos. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The American economy loses between $400 to $600 billion every year due to China's intellectual property theft. It should be no surprise that progressives who hate anyone that makes more money than them support this Chinese theft.
I guess so. Progressives they're not even really progressives anymore. They're just fucking retarded commies. Like, they've all literally just drunk the fucking Kool-Aid and believe all the communist psyop propaganda bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
As recently as 2018, Ben was posting audition videos to Vimeo, which were shopped around to try and get himself a role as a professional actor.
Hey guys, Ben Azula over here with the 11 Talent Agency. I'm based in Los Angeles, California.
I also want to note that on his card here, he made sure to write 5'11" and a half. Bro did not want anyone to miss that half inch.
Carter! No! No! Brooks. We're under attack, Cap. Carter and Folk are down. We tried to raise you, but radio seems scrambled somehow. All black armor, bulletproof jacket.
Despite Ben's amazing acting skills here, his career never really took off.
He may, in fact, be worse than Low Tier God.
On his filmography page, we can...
That's saying something.
And it's all thanks to rapid poaching. Humans are such garbage.
Yeah, it's true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You used to be a progressive VG, and you liked secular talk.
No, not really. Like, I thought some of his takes were okay, but yeah, I never really watched him at all. Like, sometimes he'd show up in my recommended feed or something, or somebody would send me a video and I'd be like, yeah. But, no. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You can see that he only had 3 paid jobs ever. One of them was as a stunt double in a 2009 slasher film called Cornered. I can't seem to find where he actually shows up in the movie, but by watching some of it, you can see just how fire it is.
He rammed the meat hook low through his back.
Leg spread. Cleft of his ass cheeks exposed. Sounds kind of kinky to me.
He was also an extra in a 2009 film called Never Surrender. Now, this movie is kind of notable because it actually stars some big names. George St. Pierre, BJ Penn, Anderson Silva, and Rampage Jackson. These guys are not big actors, but any UFC fan will know that they are all highly accomplished martial artists. Unfortunately, their skills didn't translate that well.
You gotta pivot when you punch.
Ben himself is listed as wealthy person on the cast list, and I would have loved to pull a screen grab from this movie, but I cannot find this movie anywhere. They said it was on Tubi. It was not on Tubi. I tried the other highly legal method. All I got was hentai ads. I do not own a DVD player.
I'm 10 years old.
Whatever the case is, his role was relatively minor, and the movie wasn't exactly a box office beast anyway. He did take a leading role in a movie trailer, but the full thing never actually came out.
This is my battle, and you're gonna stay out of this.
We're gonna come back to this later, but after his acting career failed, Ben resumed working his actual job as a roofer and bathroom remodeler.
My name is Ben Azulai, and this is the latest project we've done here in the beautiful, gorgeous Encino Hills.
His company is called Ben Axiom, and he apparently did redesign work for homes in California. I say apparently because despite this predating his King Azule shtick and the tall tales that come with it, this website and business already feel kind of fishy to me. In the About Me section of the Ben Axiom website, we already get a prototype version of one of the stories Ben came to recycle later on. Ben Azule is a young real estate developer and a contractor. Going into the family business due to his father's accident leaving him with a broken back, Ben had no choice but to be hands-on full-time and learning every aspect of the job by the age of 13. Ben's father would joke and said,
Son, I am a contractor, but you are an artist.
Now, Ben is bringing all his passion and skills to your lovely home, creating families' dreams in full throttle. Could this be true? Maybe, but I can't help but get the vibe that this is also somehow fake. While I do find it completely believable that Ben had some degree of involvement with this line of work, the way this business is presented in general rubs me the wrong way. For example, they had a Google Maps link on their website and it leads to nothing. On another site, the business is listed as operating in the United States minor outlying islands. We're not even 10 minutes into the video and minor is coming up already. All of this is paired with the fact that there's a ton of pictures of Ben posing in front of houses, but not a single one of him actually doing anything. It's crazy how many photos there are of him just standing around and posing while the actual workers are fully suited up doing their job, clearly confused as to why there is a metrosexual in stress jeans standing on the roof. Regardless of how legit this company is, this clearly disproves the idea that Ben was retired. If we check the Yelp reviews for his company, whether they're real or fake, they do all describe Ben physically showing up to job
This guy
sites.
is like, he's what Frank Tufano could have become. That's literally him.
Talk to customers. I don't think the Warren Buffetts and Jeff Bezoses of this world run side businesses as roofing salesmen, so it's pretty obvious that Ben was not retired or a multimillionaire in 2018. Another claim from Ben's About page was that he had sold patents, earning him a vast majority of his fortune. Thankfully for us, a Medium writer named Yangu got curious about this and did a little digging, searching the US patent database for anything matching his story. The only patent he found was for a pandemic mask, filed by Ben Mordecai Azule. But the patent was linked to a medical company that in reality has nothing to do with Ben. Anyway, here's the video where Ben talks about the mask itself.
I made the #1 face mask in the world. Stops almost 100% of bacteria and viruses in the air. It has a UV light inside of it.
Here, the mask he is holding is a Clevair mask, which is a company located in Belgium, which operates in the European Union, not the United States. Although it's not impossible that he has actually designed a pandemic mask for whatever reason, seeing Ben explain it just makes me think that he's lying more. On the off chance that, despite having no public connection with Clevair, he does have something to do with the company, there's still nothing that confirms he made however many millions off of it. Anyone can patent anything, and there's plenty of patents that are sold for basically spare change. So until proven otherwise, this should be strongly doubted too. Ben also used this video to talk a bit about his background.
At 19, I spent my birthday in jail. And when I came out, I said, I'm gonna go on the right path. I'm not gonna get in trouble anymore. I won't hang out with bad people. I'm gonna clean my mind and go only into business.
In fairness, there are a lot of people who get involved with the wrong crowd at a young age and then manage to turn their lives around. But I want you to keep this tidbit in mind for later when we get to what Ben actually did. Besides the mask, Ben said that he had 16 businesses. So let's give him the benefit of the doubt and count both his roofing business and his mask thing. There's still 14 more to go. Ben has mentioned one other business called Camoy, but there's no evidence that it even exists, and Ben never said what it was about, so I'm gonna call that cap. As far as the other 13 businesses, I have no idea what they are, as Ben was never specific about them, so I'm once again going out on a limb to say that he—
What was that scene from Metal Gear Rising?
Nice argument, Senator.
Wait, what was it?
Shut up! That's why your mama dead.
What's the...
Well...
Metal Gear Rising... I made it up or something?
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Yeah.
He just made this number up entirely. With the business part of his backstory pretty much vaporized, we're left with one other interesting claim. Ben said that he has one—
Fun fact, did you know that Clam from Camp Laszlo is a Sumatran rhino?
Well, I wouldn't have been able to tell. That's a terrible, terrible cartoon. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Won multiple medals in bodybuilding competitions. This is also verifiably false, as these contests always keep records. Ben competed 3 times, once in 2013, once in 2016, and once in 2022.
Oh my god, this dork went into physique. His board shorts look especially long. Like, weirdly, ridiculously long.
None of these were world-level championships, and instead they were at the state level. And his highest placement ever was second in his class. And this part is really important because each class is only competing against a few people, meaning he was nowhere near the overall top of these competitions. With yet another lie disintegrating, we're left with one last tall tale. Ben said that he has competed in cage fights around the world. Hold on to your Funko Pops, because this lie on its own is like a tiny little
I don't know if I've seen retarded Albert Wesker.
There he is! Wait, isn't that...
Splendid timing! You two are just in time for the fireworks show! Boom!
Wait! I hate that guy.
What are you going to do about that? You're just one of Excella's playthings! He was your master! One more time. What are you going to do about that? All right. I'll handle it. Use it. This. Won't you two just die already? You're making me look bad. Who do you think got this entire operation off the ground? Research like this doesn't fund itself, you know. Yet everyone looks down on me.
Is that the guy who did the voice of Duo Maxwell in the English dub of Gundam Wing? Irving, Resident Evil voice actor. Alan Groves. IMDb. Is there any... I swear... Actor, writer, stunts. Is this the same guy? Okay, weird. It's a different guy. He just sounds very similar.
You don't like Camp Lazo. VG, why? BTW, I'm not a fan of it either. It's a real disappointment, especially as a follow-up to Rocco's Modern Life, which also created Camp Lazlo.
I didn't know it was a follow-up to Rocco's Modern Life. That's weird. Rocco's Modern Life was great. It's a really weird show. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But not anymore.
Don't do it!
I'm far beyond anything you could ever hope to become. dream makeover!
Tell me what you're planning to do.
Damn it, Stella! I guess I wasn't worth the good stuff.
Excella.
Where is this facility? Answer me. What is the Ouroboros project?
BSAA! Wow, you two are just on top of everything, aren't you? The balance of the world is changing and you're completely oblivious to it.
What's changing? What are you talking about?
See, you're Chris. But it's not gonna change anything. You still...
That was a lot funnier than I would have expected it to be.
Jenga block that unravels the entire castle of cards that is Ben's persona. Earlier, I mentioned that Ben has only appeared on screen in 2 productions. I believe that these roles irreversibly molded the person he now pretends to be. This is actually something which he himself has hinted at.
Whole life is a movie. Everything we do, every movie that was made was inspired by real life. He said, if the mind can conceive it and the mind could believe it, the mind will achieve it.
We'll start with the movie starring all the UFC fighters. It's about underground cage fights being held by a Russian mobster. Coincidentally, Ben himself has claimed to have fought in plenty of underground cage fights for mobsters. Life is crazy, right? That's some serendipity. That's a twist of fate. His history with organized crime begins with his uncle on his father's side.
But from my dad's side, I have an uncle that is in prison that nobody knows about. I've never even shared his name.
He's the biggest gangster in Israel. In the history of Israel.
Oh, he's been locked up for a few years now,
I think he's got like 50 years in prison.
But if he says tomorrow in the prisons in Israel, nobody eats,
Everybody's
fasting. Everybody's fasting in all the prisons. Everybody's fasting.
He was like a Pablo Escobar.
Okay, so his uncle on his dad's side is the biggest gangster in the history of Israel, and he's been caught and is currently in prison, meaning there is no way that this guy's identity is unknown. Unbeknownst to Ben, there is a search engine called Google, in which you can type biggest gangster in the history of Israel. And what do you know? The name Azule does not pop up. The actual biggest gangsters in Israel are all serving multiple life sentences, not just 50 years. But I think he might be ignorant to the point where he doesn't know how much time you get for being part of organized crime. But that is just the tip of the iceberg. Ben's ties to the mob run much deeper, as he claims that his dad was basically a bootlegger in Israel. His story goes that his dad brewed homemade whiskey, and then somehow got access to the supplier of Johnny Walker Blue Label and Black Label whiskey that was shipped from Amsterdam to Israel. He then replaced the supply with his own home brew and sold the real Blue Label and Black Label on the street. This story is so stupid I can barely begin poking holes in it. First of all, if his homemade whiskey was so good that it could easily be mistaken for the real thing, then why not just sell that? Why do the part where you're committing a crime at all? Doesn't that just add pointless risk to the operation? Besides, if he, as a single person, is making enough whiskey on his own that he can replace the entire shipment between Amsterdam and Israel, he is the most efficient brewer in the history of mankind. It takes hundreds of people working to produce enough whiskey and bottle it to ship it to another country. And apparently Ben's dad can just cook that stuff up on its own like it's nothing. But that's not where the story ends.
But all the gangsters in Israel knew my dad. And my uncles were working with Pablo Escobar. And one of my uncles got murdered by Pablo.
So we started in Israel and Amsterdam just a second ago, but now we're talking about Pablo Escobar again. For anyone unfamiliar, Pablo Escobar is one of the most infamous organized crime leaders of all time. Saying that your uncle was murdered by Pablo Escobar is like saying that you were given a blowjob by Obama. I mean, does Ben even know of any other gangster? Is this just the most famous name to pull out of his ass? You'd think that with him.
Nah, pretty sure you can still buy Resident Evil 5 on Steam. Yeah. Oh yeah, I haven't played the DLC for that. The Untold Story thing. I should actually play that. I never played the DLC for RE5. Do I have that installed? Dude, I am so fucking, you know, the thing right now.
Being Jewish, he'd talk about some Jewish mobsters, but no, it's Pablo all the way.
He stole money from them. He told them that there's pretty much $2 million worth of cocaine that was stolen, confiscated by the Beverly Hills Police Department. Well, Pablo had people in there, found out it wasn't. And my uncle was ready to leave to Israel. As my mom came here to have me here, and they came outside the house when he arrived home, Pablo sent his guys, and they pretty much sprayed my uncle like 2,000 bullets. There wasn't a body left. It was all pieces of meat everywhere.
I assume that Pablo Escobar's guy was Courier 6 with the bloody...
Fat doesn't lift the weight. Muscles do. Slow cut is the way. You'd maybe stop fainting doing a rep on OHP. LLLLLLLU. Arrah. You. Arrah. 77,777,777.
Wow, that's nice that he's helping a squirrel. Squirrels are good. I love squirrels. Alright,
The
thanks
32
for the donation, smash you on your head.
mess perk. I don't know why he even resorted to stealing Pablo's shipment when he could just ask Ben's dad to make his own and then replace it like he did with the whiskey. But as you may have noticed, this couldn't be the same gangster uncle as the one in Israel, because that one is in Israel, not vaporized on some random...
Do you think lab-grown meat will ever be able to remove cons of meat like cholesterol? Also unban meat PLS.
No. It's meat, so no. I unbanned you though. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Demon.
Random sidewalk in the Bay Area. So what led to that uncle's capture?
My uncle moved here as well, and he's the reason we moved here. He was one of the biggest gangsters in town. Eventually, the FBI took him in, gave him 9 years. They gave him 12 years, dropped it down to 9 years. Big troublemaker.
I understand. So now his uncle is teleporting. He is serving 50 years in Israel while also doing 9 years in California. Is this one of those Jeffrey Epstein doppelganger situations, or is this just his uncle's superpower? Honestly, I think this part of Ben's story is undercooked just because it's not about him, because he tends to get a lot more specific when he's on that topic.
I was hanging out with Armenians and I was fighting with everybody. And then I started hanging out with Russians. You know, for me, that was like something that it's like an adrenaline rush. I used to do also underground fights.
Fat doesn't lift the weight. Muscles do. Slow cut is the way. You'd maybe stop fainting doing a rep on OHP.
They're fringe. Those are good fringe. That's nice. Cat. Thanks for the donation, dude.
And things like that.
Now, this real-life underground fight club is something Ben has repeatedly talked about at different times.
You will fight for her? I got a cage fight coming up.
Yeah.
And making $100,000 every week.
Yeah, he deserves a virgin. If there's
Come on.
anyone, come on.
I don't think I even have to tell you that there's no evidence whatsoever that Ben Azoulay has ever taken part in any cage fighting or been a part of any criminal organization in his life, nor that his parents or family members are at all associated with either of those things. While Ben definitely loves to talk about his fighting skills,
And I'm sorry, I don't care. Like, even if we went me against all three of you guys, everybody's going to sleep. Because I see things that you don't see. I have the muscles so people think I'm just a meathead. They don't know that I could boom, boom. People are like, did you really train with the Shaolin monks? Yes.
he's consistently looks like a total amateur whenever he posts himself hitting heavy bags and speed bags. Especially when he throws kicks, you immediately notice how awkward and stiff he looks, which is really funny because he's specifically gone out of his way to critique the form of professional fighters.
I come in to kill you. When I punch somebody, I don't punch their head. I'm imagining my fist going through their head, the back of their head. The head gets stuck here on my elbow. That's how Bruce Lee used to punch. And who was like that? Mike Tyson. He comes in, and when he punches, why do you see everybody's head flying? Because he tried to put his fist through the guy's head. That's why every single punch you see people flying. Look today at all the knockouts that are in UFC. Somebody kicks him, he does a slap kick. Chin, boom, boom, boom. Guy goes down this way. Mike Tyson, Bruce Lee, it's a different punch.
Comparing himself to Mike Tyson and Bruce Lee is absurd enough on its own, but at least those two aren't contemporary and are seen as mythical fighters. However, it gets very silly when he brings up how guys in the UFC just do slap kicks or whatever. I'd really love to see how Ben's Kung Fu would do against a UFC fighter. I wonder if his parents own a bakery.
They own a bakery.
But don't think that I'm saying the Kung Fu thing as hyperbole. This is part of Ben's lore. Ever since he became relevant online, he has maintained that in the past, he traveled to China and trained with Shaolin monks. According to Ben, he trained with the monks in 2010, which is when they supposedly taught him the benefits of hitting his head.
What if they were more than friends, VG? I don't mean to promote interspecies romance, but I can't help wondering what the children would look like, VG.
I don't know, man. Never really thought about it.
Fat doesn't lift the weight. Muscles do. Slow cut is the way. You'd maybe stop fainting doing a rep on OHP. LLLLLLLU. Arrah. You. Arrah. 77,777,777.
I love you so much, dude.
That dog jumps up high. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Against hard things.
After that, I went and traveled to China and trained with some Shaolin monks. And they explained to me that the strongest part of the body is actually your skull. And if you train your skull for about an hour a day, bang it against the wall, after a year it becomes 4 times thicker than it really is.
And of course,
it doesn't, and you'll give yourself CTE.
Of course, who could forget the training where you stand for 48 hours straight?
They made me stand perfectly still for 48 hours. The first few hours I endured pain. Next rage, then silence. And in that silence I realized most people never meet themselves because they never stay still long enough.
What's funny about this to me is that Kung Fu is a martial art that you can actually learn. It's not one that I know or, well, ever know. I'm a chud. But for Ben, instead of name dropping any specific moves or techniques, he just spews made up stuff about hitting his head repeatedly and doing nothing for several days straight. In fairness, those are probably both things that he has a lot of experience in.
I was about to say that. He does sound like somebody who'd hit his head repeatedly.
Given that he was born in 1990, his Shaolin monk story places his China trip to when he would have been about 20. Following his lore, this means he trained with monks after he was homeless and went to jail, but before he became a millionaire and retired at 24. What doesn't fit this timeline, however, is his story about how a Chinese restaurant owner fell in love with him and then taught him Kung Fu.
When I was younger, when I arrived to the US, I started eating at a Chinese restaurant. The owner was, for me, Master Shifu, and I used to go there. Eventually, the owner fell in love with me. And he said, that kid is special. I left school and I would come to him. And before I would eat, he would move all of the tables and he would teach me Kung Fu. I was 10 years old. So I learned how to move with like Kung Fu, you know?
Yeah.
It was different. And I loved it. It's different.
It is different.
There's something beautiful about it, the way they move.
Notice how he still can't talk about his kung fu knowledge beyond saying he loved the movements. That's like saying you were trained as a boxer by Mike Tyson and you loved the punches. You see, the problem with this story is that in another TikTok, Ben says he began using his powers when he was 13, this time to defend himself against his dad, who was about to beat him with a stick.
From that point on, my dad knew he couldn't take on me. I was 13. He picked up a wooden stick and he went to hit me over the head, and I did this and it broke. And then I took it out of his hand, picked him up and threw him on the coffee table. That's the beauty, that we are actually superhumans. We just don't unlock these genes because we don't put our body and our mind through the pressure. There's something called microfractions. It's little microfractions that you cause with hitting the bone, thickens the bone. And I used to sit there and hit my shins with hammer all day. You know why people wear boxing gloves? So they don't up their hands by hitting somebody's head. Their head is...
The reason there's boxing gloves in boxing is because the guy who invented them thought it would prevent deaths. There was a bare knuckle boxer who I think was the best in the US or in his area or something. I think he ended up killing at least one of his opponents, if not multiple. And he felt so bad about it, he wanted to introduce new rules into boxing to prevent deaths. And one of the rules was wearing the padded gloves, because he thought hitting with a bare fist, you hit way harder and you're more likely to kill them. So having padded gloves would make the sport more like humane. Which, you know, you're talking about somebody who lived in like the fucking 1900s or something. Or it might have even been the 1800s. So that's why there's padded gloves. It has nothing to do with protecting your hands.
It's the strongest bone in the body. And if you train it, train it enough for a whole year, it becomes 4 times thicker. That's what I learned from the Shaolin monks.
The comments on this are really good, by the way. I'm a lie. This happened. Top 10 things that did happen. Top 10 Sigma moments. But as he explains the supernatural force he unleashed on his dad to suplex him through a coffee table, he starts talking about the bone.
Sleep, you don't need $2.
Most people have the idea that you need to train really intensely in the gym to achieve your goal physique. Lift heavy weight, strain yourself, really push it. But that's not the case. Weight training, especially bodybuilding, puts a lot of stress on the joints, ligaments, tendons, and most people don't listen to their body in favor of completing their workouts with the idea they'll achieve that goal physique. If you tear your rotator cuff or blow out your lower back, at least do it with something fun like jerking off or railing your girlfriend. Don't be that idiot in the gym thinking that adding an inch to your arms is the most important thing in the world. You can achieve an attractive, aesthetic physique without destroying your body. So at any point in time, if you're stressing something besides the muscle, if something doesn't feel right, there's no reason you shouldn't lower the weight or change exercises or even take the day off. Injury prevention is the most important thing in long-term.
Literally everything he said didn't make any sense and was like self-contradictory. On the one hand, he claimed you don't need to train hard or heavy. Then he acknowledged that if you don't train hard or heavy, you're not going to grow as much. Then he said you shouldn't stress your joints, ligaments, and tendons. Well, that's impossible if you're training, and it's not like that's a bad thing. All of your soft tissue remodels, including like your tendons, ligaments, so they get stronger. There's a reason he stopped making fitness content. Like, it was so stupid. It's hilarious. Like, his fitness content was so fucking bad. he was getting ratioed in his own comment section. And these are all morons who don't even train. And they were smart enough to know, oh, Frank has no idea what he was talking about. And they were even ratioing him.
Just take a multi and lift heavy, bro. Many health products, such as generic multivitamins, are engineered in a way that's actually the opposite of health. Just the dosages in some of these multivitamins would give you mild toxicity symptoms after taking one pill, especially certain B vitamins. There is no rhyme or reason to the amount of each vitamin and mineral they put in these supplements. You'll see 5% of one mineral and then 8,000% of a vitamin of the daily value. How does that make any sense? Not only that, the types of nutrients, the chelations they use are cheap, low quality, in many cases not bioavailable.
He buys the cheapest shit he can find off Alibaba.
Even downright toxic to the body. So stop poisoning your body and liver with these generic multivitamins. Eat some real food and supplement based on hair mineral analysis and blood work. You can get actual safe dosage supplements on organsupplements.com.
Yeah.
All right, guys, so we're testing how much CO2 a gas oven emits. So when the propane or gas is being burned in the stove, it's reducing the oxygen in the room because it releases CO2. And this is going up fast. This was 450 parts per million just a moment ago. And guys, I have a high-powered fan blowing in fresh air from outside. I have the vent going, very high-powered vent. We got another fan over here keeping the fumes out of the rest of the house, and I have all the windows open, and I'm gonna open that door over there too. And this isn't just when you're running the oven, guys. This happens when you do the burners on top too. Any gas stove burning up the oxygen. Now we open more windows and increase the fan speed, so the CO2 levels are going down, but if we left this closed, this would go up to a dangerously high air quality. So guys, make sure to air.
What if I told you that just by wearing this outfit, you would be twice as healthy? The radiation in our modern environment, whether it's cell phones, iPads, your Amazon Alexa, Netflix devices, there's so much EMF radiation penetrating our bodies and causing damage. Not mine though, because I'm wearing this silver clothing we have on WiFiShielding.com, and I will demonstrate its effectiveness with this EMF testing meter. So right now it's extreme high because my phone is on. I didn't put my phone on airplane mode, but when we go inside this shirt, that sound stopped because the light is green as the silver in the shirt is blocking the radiation from the phone. We have sweatshirts, sweatpants. We also have t-shirt and underwear for the...
Yeah, I don't know what being twice as healthy means. Does that mean living twice as long? Having half the risk of a disease? He just makes shit up. What's funny is he admits to having an insane amount of health problems despite wearing this. So, yeah, a lot of good it's doing.
Warmer months, and even a head net that can protect your head while you are sleeping or just doing leisurely day-to-day activities. What if I...
What a retard. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy.
Density wisdom imparted on him by the Shaolin monks. But didn't he only get it when he was 20? How is he exercising it when he's just 13 years old? Well, the answer may surprise you. Ben Azule has access to the forbidden technology of time travel.
The best hours to sleep is between 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. Every hour counts as 2.
How?
You ever fell asleep in the middle of the day at like 5, 6, woke up after 2 hours, can go back to bed?
Yeah, all the time actually.
It's because every hour counts as 2.
Holy.
So, by using the ancient Hebrew magic of wormholing through time and space by taking naps, the Shaolin monk wisdom of microfractions, not microfractures, by the way, but microfractions, according to Ben.
There's something called microfractions. Microfractions. Fractions.
This knowledge went backward in time and entered a 13-year-old Ben's brain. Truly, he's one of a kind.
Microfractions.
And I do cycles.
He definitely does cycles, but I'm not talking about sleep. Sorry to edge you guys a bit, but more on his steroid use later. Now that we've patched the canon timeline, we can move forward with documenting the life of this absolute legend. So 3 years before he put his dad through a coffee table, his dad took him to the doctor because he was simply too jacked.
When I was 10, my dad took me to the doctor and he was like, what did you do to this kid? Are you giving him steroids? He's like, no, the kid doesn't stop lifting things, doesn't stop doing pull-ups, push-ups. So I don't know what to do with him.
Then, between that and the mysterious time Ben was arrested and taken to jail, he was kicked out of 17 schools and then dropped out. I assume from the 18th school he went to.
I was a high school dropout. I also got kicked out of 17 schools in total, but I never let school get in the way of my education. I don't believe in school.
During the Chinese restaurant owner arc, he claimed that he would go learn Kung Fu every time he got off school. So we're placing about 17 school expulsions between the age of 10 and 17. So about 2.4 expulsions per year. Now, I'm not doubting Ben. I definitely believe that. But the only thing left to explain is how he found time in between all of this to join the mob.
You serious?
Just like he was trained in Kung Fu at 2 different points in his life by completely unrelated people, despite his father and uncle being directly connected to the Israeli mob, he actually found himself being recruited by a completely unrelated criminal organization at the ripe age of 15. Actually, pause. I don't want to put age of 15 and ripe in the same sentence when we're talking about Ben. Here's his dramatic retelling of how it went down.
One day I got into a fight and I ended up beating the out of like 5 of them. And the boss, he took out a gun, put it to my head, told me to stop fighting, and told him to me. And he saw in my eyes that something was going on. I thought I was gonna die. He told me, I'm not gonna you, I just want you to stop. And he looked me in the eyes and he realized I was a young boy. He pulled his gun down, put it in his pants, told me, come, I want to talk to you. He said, if you want to me, you can me in here. You don't need to go outside. Normally, if you tell somebody, come, we're gonna take a walk, somebody's coming back, not walking. So, he tells me, I'm not gonna do anything to you, I just want to talk to you. When we went outside, he talked to me like a dad. He asked me how old I was. I was 15. He asked me what I was going through. I felt like it was a safe place for me to say it. And then he told me, he said, you know what, you're an incredible fighter. I think you should be fighting for me. But more than that, I want to be like an older brother for you.
You joined his team?
Yeah. I became one of the guys in the I was named the Kid, and it was the Russian mob. It's called the Red Mob. I started fighting underground fights.
Wow, that's tight.
Yeah.
He's telling the truth.
You gotta love how he has this guy he hired to interview him finish the story with, that's the freaking truth, as if that's gonna make it more convincing. I don't think Ben has beaten 6 guys in total across his entire life, let alone in one go. But this is actually one of the less extreme claims about his fighting ability. At one point, he claims to have taken on 30 men at once.
Everybody's going to sleep. I trained martial arts my whole life. I know how to fight very, very well. I've taken on not 1, not 2 guys. I fought 30 guys at the same time, and they couldn't take me out.
You fought 30 guys?
30 guys at the same time. They got to the point that they said, okay, f you motherfucker. We're done with you. You don't want to stop. I have this switch. You better kill me. It's almost like I took PCP.
Again, we're getting a little bit muddied here regarding the timeline because so far he's learned Kung Fu at age 10 and age 20, and he's had extensive mob enforcer and cage fighter skills developed at the ages of 13, 15, and 18. And if that weren't enough, he's also been a gangster since the age of 5.
I came from a gangster lifestyle. And I'm talking about from the time that I was
5.
I was a gangster.
People were so
Afraid of me, I was a menace to society. Were you extorting, robbing, all kinds of stuff? You can't even
imagine.
Really?
they used to call me the
Kid. I was the most dangerous motherfucker.
He was a gangster from the age of 5.
out there.
Now, this is a little bit confusing to me because I thought it took him until he was 13 to have his switch flipped by his dad beating him with a stick. But I guess he's always been destroying everyone. You may have also noticed the laser eyes and fire blasts. I did not add that, Ben did. But it's actually not even video editing. Ben Azule is also related to Homelander on his mom's side.
What are you drinking?
Microfractions.
Oh. You want one? I'll go grab a PA.
Thank you, though. I see you got the extra
microfractions.
Yeah.
Yummers.
I think I've driven the point home enough here that Ben has fictionalized himself into a cage-fighting Shaolin gangster. I too have watched Batman Begins and wished I was Bruce. However, there's another side to the Azule mythology that comes from his acting career. I mentioned earlier that he was in a trailer for a movie that never came out. It was going to be called Fetty, and in the trailer, he showcases the peak of his acting skills.
Who the hell are you?
We're on the same team.
This is my battle, and you're gonna stay out of this.
So apparently, this was going to be a movie about a female Russian mob boss who sold fentanyl, which confuses me because the movie is called Fetty, which is not slang for fentanyl. It would make more sense if it was called Fenty. Fetty just makes me think of 1738. Anyhow, the plot involves some girl overdosing, and then an acquaintance of hers, who is a former Mossad agent named Uzi Cohen, played by Ben Azule, comes in to avenge her. What interests me the most about this is that there seems to be some method acting going on, as one of the scenes shows Ben engaging in his favorite pastime, aggressively chasing down a woman. But to me, the best part of it is when Ben catches the Goonicide guy.
Hi, how are you? Good. Have you been here before?
Yeah.
Sir, you need to leave.
Sneaky fella, aren't you?
This whole thing is a concepts trailer. Ben and the producers put it all together to fundraise and get the whole movie made. But obviously the funds never came together, the movie never came out. But that didn't stop Ben from adopting this character as part of his personal lore.
Do you have experience in counterterrorism?
For about a decade. I was almost killed multiple times. I was already tied up once, ready to have my head chopped off. I've seen it all
the way back in 2022 and 2023, before he was even in his full King Azule persona, he already liked to LARP as if he was some kind of Israeli secret agent. He even calls himself an IDF soldier in another video. So in the span of 10 years or so, he was a homeless, multimillionaire Israeli gangster training with Shaolin monks in China and selling trademarks for pandemic masks while overseeing a roofing business and taking part in state-level bodybuilding competitions. Of course, this is a gigantic, delusional set of lies that is so intricate.
I wonder if he'll ever do a thing on Jason Genova or Big Lenny. That'd be funny.
Legitimately hard to even track. I guarantee you, if you just look up Ben Azule interview on YouTube, click literally any link and skip to any moment in the video, you will land on him fabricating something else about his past that is completely incongruous.
I had a guy who was worth $500 million, close to $600 million. After 1 year with working with me, he got to $2.7 billion.
Now, this interview here is framed like a podcast to interview Ben, but it was posted to his YouTube channel with the comments turned off. He didn't even link whoever this guy is in the description. I think that Ben regularly pays people to interview him, which he then cuts up into little pieces and posts on Instagram.
Half of my family were gangsters.
The other half were cops and FBI, CIA.
Mossad agents, you know.
With all of that out of the way, the reality of Ben's life is a lot more embarrassing. Ryan, who went to high school with him in California, came forward with some details on what he was like growing up. He paints Ben as a resident cornball throughout all of his education. On the school grounds, he could frequently be seen wearing oversized hoodies and laying down bars, as at the time he wanted to be a rapper. But according to Ryan, his rhymes were pretty terrible. While Ben did have some tough friends who were also Israeli, he himself was not a fighter by any means. Ryan says that he never saw him get into a fight even once. While he would threaten people, it never actually amounted to anything, apart from the time that Ben got punched in the nose and did nothing in response.
I punched him in the nose. What happened next definitely surprised me. Instead of him fighting back, he just grabbed his nose and goes like this, and then there was some blood dripping out of his nose, and I thought, all right, he's gonna fight back. But no, instead of fighting back, he started crying.
It is interesting though that besides the movies he played a part in, Ryan speculates that some of the stories Ben tells are actually stolen from his other Israeli friends.
They were some real fighters, and I seen these guys get into loads and loads of fights. So a part of me feels like some of these stories he's telling stories about some of his friends, but throwing a lot of salt on these stories.
This definitely lines up with the previous situation where Ben had movie roles and then adopted the plots as his own personal lore. As for the idea of Ben being a millionaire, Ryan also confirms that this is completely made up. Well into the 2020s, Ben was apparently rooming with some 20-year-old guy because he couldn't afford his own place.
And then for him to be claiming that he's got hundreds of millions of dollars and retired by the age of 24. The dude used to room, I don't know if he still does, but I know like maybe a year or two ago, he was roommates with one of my friends.
I don't understand. How could this be? Well, what Ryan doesn't take into account here is that we're not talking about King Azule. We're actually talking about Benny Biceps. After he failed to launch his career as an actor and bodybuilder, he started posting fitness content as Benny Biceps on TikTok. He eventually wiped the entire account, but he's so lazy that to this day, he reposts content from it. So sometimes you can still see the very dated watermark pop up on some of his videos. Unfortunately for him, much like every other career, him doing his best Chris Bumstead impression didn't really get anywhere. When the entire planet was 2 years into the pandemic and everyone's brain was totally fried by social media, Andrew Tate became one of the most famous people in the world. He promised to help young men escape the Matrix, to become rich, get girls, and show their parents who's boss.
Megan Fox with a dick, or Hulk Hogan with a pussy.
He was one of the top 10 most Googled people in the entire year of 2022, creating an opportunity for a whole host of e-celebrities. Wes Watson, Fresh and Fit, Hamza, Sneeko, the list of supposed alpha male creators goes on and on.
You're gonna go strip out, you get that butthole check going.
I believe men have the sacred duty to protect and provide for the important people in their lives.
You sat on the bed while she got I was there too. I mean,
So Ben got a bright idea. In early 2023, he opened his own YouTube channel, and the very first upload features him talking about Andrew Tate.
The Tate brothers are still held in custody. I felt the need to come out and speak on my leisure time for all the people that I'm sure want to do the same.
And of course, he found a way to sneak in that he's also a secret agent.
For over a decade, I've been working for an international classified unit, doing the shit that people never heard of, so you guys could live the American dream and sleep well at night.
It is baffling to me that he thought anyone would even believe this. In what world would a spec ops organization allow one of their members to make a YouTube channel and talk about it? I guess someone must have bought the story given the fact he had a pretty thriving career for a bit after this. But seriously, our standards have never been lower.
But are you really living a dream, or is it all just a nightmare?
Even recording a video like this is some theater kid shit. He had to find a dark room, get a spotlight on him, put a random gun on the table for no reason, and then smoke a cigar while lying to the camera for 3 minutes straight. This is something only a true psychopath would do, and I'm pretty sure that Ben is one. I also think that he used AI, or at the very least had someone else help him write this video, because the words he uses are just strange.
Facetious, beleaguered, vicissitude, perspicacity, didactic, innocuous.
If this was almost anybody else, I wouldn't even point this out, but we know for a fact that Ben has a lot of trouble spelling. His old About section on YouTube read as follows. At 17, I was homeless due to a rough childhood. I ended up in jail and thought my life will never change due to my circumstance, but I'm here today to say if I did it, anyone can. It's safe to say that Ben doesn't have the best grasp on the English language, given that he used most of the big words I talked about completely wrong. What's especially ironic about this video is that while talking about the Matrix, he says this.
You need people in the Matrix. You need that guy that's gonna flip your burgers, wash your cars, build your houses, and pave your roads. It's the complete vicissitude of the human nature.
Keep in mind, this guy was working at a roofing company and rooming with a 20-year-old at the time. My brother in Christ, or rather my brother in Tel Aviv, you are smack dab in the middle of the Matrix. No amount of hair gel and cigar smoke can change that.
And you will take back what is yours to begin with. Power.
But if copying Andrew Tate's successes wasn't enough, Ben even stole his failures. For example, Tate once put out a really bad rap song. What did Andrew mean by this? What? Is there any other meaning other than being gay? But Ben has completely outdone him. He has 3. I think this helps confirm Ryan's story about Ben being a wannabe rapper in his teen years and sucking at it, because Ben is incapable of even being on beat.
This is the holy land, and I am a holy man.
He also squeezes out some Hebrew singing in one of these tracks. But as bad as the music itself is, it's not nearly as offensive as the music video for the track Muscling, which I think is supposed to be a parody or a copy of the Rick Ross song Hustling.
Nothing but evolution, Israeli contribution. The movement's always moving.
The movements sure are moving. You know, in the 2010s, there was some real work being done to end the stereotype that being into lifting meant you were a big dumb meathead with no skills. Clearly, there is a reason why that stereotype existed. because more and more people like Ben are popping up to make sure we don't forget. Unfortunately for the world at large, Ben pretending to be Andrew Tate actually worked, and he scrapped together a pretty decent sized following. From there, his ego began to inflate rapidly, which brings us back to the mythical stories he told about himself.
There was 5 Mexican dudes trying to jump me in the bathroom. I beat the shit out of them. I left one of them with his head in the toilet. Following day, they came and they started shooting at me. So, you know, it started getting more violent. So that was the last time I went back to school. I said, if I go back, I'm just gonna have to kill them. I don't want to hurt anybody that bad.
This is basically just what middle schoolers do. Oh yeah, man, I have this girlfriend. She goes to a different school. You wouldn't know her. We do kissing all the time. She said I'm the strongest. One time her dad told me to leave, but then I frame mugged him. He was so beta. So I got to stay, and then I also banged her mom at the same time. It's unbelievable to me that this part of his story.
Also, the kids always laughed at me. I didn't speak the language. I wore tight clothes. Everybody called me gay. I also had long hair. And obviously I didn't understand them at the time, but when everybody were laughing, I knew they were laughing at me.
Is less than a minute before this.
I kicked a few kids in the stomach, kicked a kid in the head. I think I was like 10 and a half or 11. And then nobody talked to me anymore. I got taken out of school, you know, suspended for about a week. But when I came back, nobody ever laughed at me again. But when I spoke English at the age of 12, it was even harder for somebody to say something, you know. But I found out that people really understand things better when they get a fist to their face.
So he was made fun of for 2 years for not speaking the language, but actually no one made fun of him because he beat everyone up. It's like he was initially going for a sob story about being bullied, but then he realized that that would require him to admit he got owned, and he was just physically incapable of telling a story where he is the loser. For some reason, I feel like the only true part of that story is everyone calling him gay. Actually, scratch that. There is one bit I find kind of believable.
And most of the guys that I fought with became my best friends because they wanted me to look after them. My friends were, I had a friend that was mentally challenged. I had 2 friends that were in a wheelchair. I had a friend that was a midget.
So the guys he fought became his friends, and his friends were also all mentally challenged paraplegic midgets. To me, this sounds like he was so unlikable, he had to beat 4 disabled kids into being his friends. That is the only way I can see Ben winning a 1v4. Although I think that a particularly powerful midget might give him a run for his money. In this retelling of his early life, Ben's dad was actually a drummer in Israel and not a bootlegging mobster or a construction worker. Another thing that gets delayed in the timeline is the time he spent in jail, which originally was right as he was 17.
You cannot get any more retarded than this.
And he came out when he was 18. Instead, in this story, he gets kicked out of his house at 17, and the jail arc only happened after.
I got arrested for something that they said that I did, and I didn't do it.
Strangely, he can't even bring himself to mention what he was accused of that put him in jail in the first place. You might assume it's from all the people he killed for the mob, or from the time he threatened to kill people with an Uzi.
I got my ass kicked one time in my life. I was 13 years old. I got jumped by about 30 guys outside of a house party. I purchased an Uzi. Nobody ever jumped me again. Nobody ever said anything again. I was ready to die, and I was ready to take everybody with me.
This is not cool. This is not something you should tell anyone. This just means you almost committed a mass murder. Obviously, this is not true, but still, the fact he would lie only to make himself look more crazy is insane. By my count, this is 3 separate times that nobody ever said anything again. First, when he beat the 5 Mexicans in the bathroom, then when he learned English at age 12, then at 13 when he bought the Uzi.
Nobody ever said anything again.
My uncle made me so mad at Thanksgiving, I stood right up on the table and shit myself. After that, nobody ever said anything again. I also like how he consistently never considers the logistics of fighting 30 guys.
I fought 30 guys at the same time, and they couldn't take me out.
I mean, 30 people is a lot of people, let alone 30 that are willing to fight someone. In COD Zombies, single player limits you to 24 zombies on the map at one point in time, and most people can't even handle that. Although it is possible that taking 30 guys at once could have a different meaning. Despite Ben bragging about all of his supposed criminal activity, notice how anytime he talks about going to jail, he never gets specific about why he went there. In completely unrelated news, here's him talking about how he would treat a virgin, and I want you to pay close attention to how his eyes move around here.
If I found a woman that's a virgin, I'm gonna marry her before even sleeping with her.
Even though his ripoff Andrew Tate act blew up pretty quickly, Ben still spent a while scraping the bottom of the barrel and having to pander to the lowest common denominator over on TikTok, doing generic content that he just reposted if it got any traction. One of his go-to engagement farming methods is glazing certain ethnicities.
Who works the hardest in the United States?
Hispanics.
And who makes the least amount of money?
Hispanics.
But who are the happiest people? Every weekend that you see in the damn parks doing barbecues with their family and having the best time.
Hispanics.
Why does everyone hate black people?
That's simple, bro. You guys are the tallest, you're the fastest, you're the strongest, and you're the biggest.
With the occasional self-glazing as well.
Because the chosen ones were gifted something that no one else got.
And that's why they run the world.
But even with these videos doing really well, Ben was still posting fitness content to TikTok. He was surprisingly open about his steroid use as well. Maybe one of the only honest things about him. This also lines up with what his old classmate Ryan had to say, as he described that Ben's steroid use probably amplified his worst personality traits.
This is all an effect of high doses of PEDs, mainly Trenbolone, for extended periods of time. He's basically fried his brain with Tren to the point of no return, which is why he is so delusional and why he is the way he is.
Now, the reason I bring this up is because I want to take a quick aside here to talk about Tren. Trenbolone has become a pretty big meme, with channels like the Tren Twins and every other reel I see on Instagram being something about how I need to inject it as soon as possible. But part of why it became so famous is that Tren is insane. Tren was developed in the 1970s for agricultural purposes. When a cow would be within a few months or weeks of slaughter, they would be given the drug to make them lose as much fat and build as much lean muscle tissue as possible. But then bodybuilders started taking it because of just how powerful it is. Tren is known for its ability to build lean muscle tissue even when the person taking it is in a caloric deficit. In some ways, it's kind of a superhuman drug, and its side effects are superhuman too.
Well, you can gain muscle in a caloric deficit as natural. Tren is particularly good at preserving or allowing you to gain muscle in a deficit, though.
Apart from all of the physical stuff like being totally unable to sleep, increased male pattern baldness, and ball shrinkage, the psychological effects are also notorious. A lot of guys who take this drug will report having an extremely short fuse, feeling paranoid, being impulsive, wanting violence, and there's also sexual side effects. One of the most common search terms after Tren is side effects Reddit because of all the horror stories. Basically, insatiable gooner behavior. Guys who were straight or thought they were start banging transsexuals, banging dudes, watching weird stuff. It can amplify your worst personality traits and then some. And Ben has apparently been blasting this stuff for quite some time. While he seemingly was always a pathological liar, I'm sure him being unable to sleep and feeling like everyone is out to get him also amplified this quality. As for being generally aggressive and a menace to society, that also seems to predate his steroid use. But more on that soon.
Because this is not a joke, this is not funny, this is actually a serious story.
Let's go back to 2024. Since Ben didn't really have the popularity yet to be invited onto real podcasts, he had to resort to making fake ones, or going on shows with questionable people like Tony Huge and Connor Murphy, two people I've already talked about in videos multiple times. However, everything changed for King Azule in October of 2024 when he put out this hood classic.
If you're a young boy and you're in a situation where you're an F student, let me tell you something. You got a bright future, buddy. You see, an A student is the perfect employee. He works for me and he does his job perfectly. And then you got the F students. The F students are inventors. They're so creative that they couldn't sit in class. They couldn't listen because whatever people were trying to put in their head, they knew it was.
The F students are retards who work as Walmart greeters or sell crack.
Bullshit.
Much like every other TikTok post he made that got any attention, he rehashed this post many, many times. And this is pretty much what made Ben a minor web celebrity. Obviously, it didn't go viral because people agreed with it, but instead because people realized how much of a hustler, grind culture grift this whole thing was, and how absurdly wrong it is if you know any people who are actually F students. Not to say that everyone who does bad in school sucks at life, but the standard generally is that the better you do in school, the better your life will be after it, across the board. This didn't matter to Ben though. Views are views, regardless of if those watching it enjoy it ironically or not. This got him the profile he needed to do podcasts with real people. In January of 2025, he made an appearance on the Red Pill show Brad Leah TV, and within minutes, he was already getting his stories all twisted up. For example, he began explaining how his last name somehow proved that he was a descendant of King Solomon from the Bible, hence taking the name King. Then he said said this.
The name Azulay, what it stands for, a woman that is dirty and a whore, I will not take. That is what it stands for. So I have to be with a virgin. I have to, like, it was very serious.
Once again, this guy always gravitates towards saying that he has to get with virgins. Very weird thing to focus on.
Make a mental note right now.
Right after this, Brad simply asks him how much he is worth, which Ben answers by immediately contradicting himself.
And by the way, how much money do you claim to be worth?
So today, close to 50.
I thought he was worth 150 million. Where did the 100 go?
Where is the money?
Yeah. Microfractions.
Because Ben is faced with a real person who's actually trying to get some information out of him here, you can easily pick up on him heavily toning things down to make his stories more believable.
I got involved with the wrong people. So I became, I could say, a menace to society at that time. I got not convicted, but they tried to charge me with murder. And I went to jail and came out of jail, did my 19th birthday in jail, in the hole, came out.
Yeah, dude, public school is so easy, you have to literally be fucking retarded to fail. I did no homework, I didn't do most of the class assignments, I barely ever showed up to school, and I passed, so, like...
Out of jail after they couldn't actually convict me and decided I was going to step away from that life.
Instead of leaving his crime up in the air, here he says that it's murder. There's also no talk of kung fu or China or underground cage fights for the Russian mob. So I think that Ben wanted to move past this topic pretty quickly to avoid any kind of questioning that'll make him uncomfortable. After skipping past his eccentric adventures as the infamous enforcer known only as the Kid,
He's telling the truth.
Ben tells a much more believable story about his early 20s, about how he worked menial jobs related to real estate and how that led him to sales and telemarketing. However, once he gets to telemarketing, the tales get very tall once again. He claims that his business partner stole from him, so to get revenge, he put together a team of 150 hood telemarketers who spoke the street talk. And within 2 months, he started making $150,000 a month, then $400,000, and then moved on to flipping houses in California.
Easily within 60 days, I went up to 150K per month. After that, 400K per month. I started investing in real estate.
You know he starts making things up on the spot when the timeline gets foggy and he has to skip back and forth recklessly. And of course, he fails to provide any detail for this time in his life, so then he fast forward to how he became popular online. But funnily enough, he also has to exaggerate even that, and Brad actually tries to press him on it a little bit.
What do you talk about on social media?
I have realized that because I talk about everything, yes, I go viral. Yes, everywhere I go, people know me. If I walk right now down at the hotels, people recognize me. People take pictures with me. People run up to me, hug me.
What do they say?
Some people cry.
But what for? What are you saying?
But that's the thing that...
What he's doing Olympic somersaults to not say here is that he's famous on TikTok for being a complete clown whose stories nobody believes. And he's banking on Brad's lack of familiarity to try and paint himself as some kind of inspirational influencer. Luckily for Ben, he does manage to pivot the discussion to talking about women. But when they get to the topic of dating if you don't have money, he says something very bizarre.
I'm telling you, I used to be 13 years old. I used to date girls that were 30. I would tell them that my license was revoked, that they impounded my car, and that when she would come sleep over, I'd say, shh, my roommates are sleeping. That was what I would say, you know? It is what it is. I was 13, but I was built and I was ready to just eat the world.
When you say built, you've always been built?
Always been built. Yeah, the last post I just posted, even when I was 8 years old, just jacked.
But why?
In about 30 seconds, we have Ben claiming to have been groomed by 30-year-old women and saying that he's been jacked since 8 years old. What is even the benefit of making this stuff up? Is he trying to say that he was a Chad alpha even at 10? What happened to everyone calling him gay until he was 12? Now all of a sudden he's pulling pedo cougars. This compulsive lying gets him in trouble again almost instantly when he brings up his sleep schedule.
So when you're down at home, what do you do all day?
Wake up at 2:45, go to sleep at 9. I don't need more than 6 hours of sleep. Women need 7 to 8 hours. As men, because we have testosterone, that is enough for us. We don't need more than 6 hours. And if you say you need more than 6 hours, just sleep faster.
But if I call you at 9:30, you're sleeping already.
I'm sleeping. And also my phone goes on do not disturb by 8.
And this is routine.
Routine. 9 p.m.
So if I catch you out at 10:30 one night, I'm gonna say, huh?
In Vegas. In Vegas, I was out. I didn't sleep right now for 48 hours.
You just don't sleep?
Now I didn't sleep for 48 hours. Just now.
Why would you do that?
Well, we went to an event, and then I had a lot of things and meetings, and I have people who work for me, you know, some in Pakistan, some in the Philippines, some in India, some in Israel, and calls after calls after calls after calls. But when you're a high performance man, and I mainly eat only steaks, so my diet is very like steak, red meat.
Yeah.
I take my coffee, I put butter inside of it.
It is absolutely mesmerizing to watch him get asked, so how much sleep do you get? Only for the line of questioning to conclude in, I take my coffee and I put butter inside of it. Literally everything he thinks sounds cool or abnormal for him to say, he says it all at once. It's like if you took one of those kids from middle school who pretended to like fries with ice cream and gave them trend for a decade straight. Although drinking raw eggs with Coca-Cola is more Ben's speed.
When I want to treat myself to something tasty, I drink Coke, but I never drink Coke by itself. What I do is I mix it with my eggs. Cheers.
He's clearly not enjoying this, by the way. Drinking this has to suck.
Delicious.
Because Ben was playing it safe and being unusually upfront about how he spent his early 20s, he ended up widening the time frame a bit too much on his days as a roofer and carpet cleaner, which made Brad curious as to when exactly Ben was working as a counter-terrorist.
I told you I used to work in counterterrorism for over a decade, remember that? When we talked a year and a half ago, I told you I worked in counterterrorism for over a decade. So for me, I wasn't allowed to be even on social media or any of these things. And even today, I'm not allowed to even speak about what unit I was in, things like that, for the next 5 years. I can't share it with anybody, but
there's a lot of people out there that would say, now that's where I'm calling bullshit.
That's fine. Nobody cares.
And
I don't
it's
care.
convenient that you can't talk about it, so no one can verify.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's units that are called invisible units.
I always give everyone the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I don't care.
But if I were to question it, I would say, well, wait a minute. At 17, you were homeless. At 18, 19, you were cleaning carpets. Then you got into telemarketing. Then you went, then you started doing real estate. And you started investing here and there, and that was only 10 years ago. When was the counterterrorism?
Yeah.
And who is it for? The Israeli army?
Well, it's Israel and the United States. You work with both.
That's the CIA.
That's because no. Counterterrorism is a little bit different.
Well, you had to be with somebody.
Yeah, but can't talk about who I was with. Come on.
All right.
You want them to grill me?
Even if there was some mythical paramilitary organization out there that you can't even name without getting in trouble, why would those guys be hiring homeless carpet cleaning telemarketers off the street? Why would an Israeli version of the Wagner Group be interested in hiring a failed bodybuilder from California instead of, I don't know, someone who's already in the military? I don't know if there's such a thing as stolen valor for the IDF or whatever the outfit Ben claims to represent is, but he could at least try to come up with some story to explain how he ended up working as a counter-terrorist. He's already told impossible, ridiculous stories about everything else. Why not this one? Immediately after rattling off this BS about working as a counter-terrorist, he says this.
I speak 5 languages. I speak Hebrew,
fluently,
English, Russian, and Spanish, and one more that I can't speak about.
What is this even supposed to mean? He knows a language he can't even share? How could a language be classified? Also, has anyone ever seen him speak Russian or Spanish? Because he's made a ton of videos flexing his Hebrew, but not a single one that I know of where he says anything in those languages. A few minutes after this, he says he's about to be a Hollywood star.
I just got a gig for a big movie, you know, so that's the next thing, doing movies, yeah. I've been already in a few.
But this time, this is a big one.
This guy is probably like even more cracked than Blaha when it comes to the crazy delusional lies he makes up. It's similar, but like he might actually be outdoing Blaha with the crazy lies. It's at least more productive than Blaha.
This one's going to be on the big screen, everything. I can't wait to speak about it.
You're not allowed to?
NDAs. Yeah. Before things come out to the open, NDAs are signed.
That movie must be taking quite some time to hit the marketing stage because it's been well over a year. And the last we've heard of Ben on the silver screen is still good old Uzi Cohen in the cult classic Fetty.
We have a big problem.
Show me.
Uzi Cohen.
He is the greatest Israeli soldier
that the world has ever known. And of course, as wealthy person. It baffles me why he even bothers to say that, as if he doesn't have enough impressive things in his life story. He just has to add in that he'll be a movie star soon. Interestingly enough, just like what happened a bit earlier, Ben also feels the obligation to sprinkle in some truth with the lies.
My kid was just taken from me by my ex. I have a 7-year-old son. I've been back and forth in courts for 4 years straight. I just lost my son. I still haven't shared this with anybody.
This situation with the mother of his child is actually something he's spoken about a few times.
It's been almost 4 years I have not seen my son. The courts of Ohio took jurisdiction over my son.
Obviously, he's not telling the full story here, and soon we're gonna find out why. In completely unrelated news, here is Ben equating women to children and bragging about how easy to manipulate they are.
Let's be real. When a woman starts, it will never end. It's the same like a child. I say a woman is like a child. Back in the day, the dad would hand her over to the men. The dad would raise her, take care of her, watch after her, and then hand her over to the men. The problem is that the dads are not watching their daughters anymore. But a woman is like a child, very easy to manipulate as well. That's why we got kicked out of Garden of Eden.
Truth nuke? I wonder if Ben has had any first-hand experience in this subject. In any event, doing all that speaking was pretty taxing on Ben's brain. So after this interview, he made a return to the Stone Age by recording himself smacking a chunk of meat with an axe. Keep in mind, this was recorded so he could show that he feeds his dogs raw meat. I guess to make him look like an alpha and primal. It's a Liver King thing. But the only problem with Ben is he has these little-ass dogs in a tiny secluded area, which kind of betrays the entire thing in the first place. I think that's why Ben has to constantly talk about himself like this.
Thousands of years ago, men that look like me came in, enslaved your family, took your women because they looked like me.
The last podcast, the guys all use steroids and they go, "You're intimidating us."
So when I walk into a place, I'm always standing very straight. My physique, it has like this powerful look to it.
To compensate for the reality of his fruity lifestyle. If you're fruity, just be fruity. All I can ask for is honesty. Unsurprisingly, the ultimate purpose of this whole clown show from Ben is to do the same thing Andrew Tate and every other red pill guy does, selling a course. In the same Medium article that I mentioned earlier, we have some information on Ben's coaching programs. One of them is called The Kingdom, which he sells for $250 a month. And then he has specific tiers ranging from $50 all the way to nearly $500, all of which consist of things like exclusive networking opportunities and the amazing gift of being allowed to spend 1 hour eating lunch with the king. I don't even think this would be worth it if he were a real multimillionaire, let alone a fraud like Ben. Luckily for us, he made the mistake of allowing people to see how many clients he had, which
There
as
are
of
groups
January
for against the
2026,
child protective services that stead our children and stuff. I've looked into many of the cases. Surprise, surprise. It seems like they are genuinely bad parents.
Yeah, you would expect that. So, that's not a surprise. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Dragon.
was a total of 3. Only 3 people were paying $250 to get Ben's seminars or whatever he provides. Besides this, there's also the ad revenue from all of the views that he gets across his platforms, but that also falls short of $150 million, even if we go by the most optimistic estimates. If you trace the location of one of his only verifiable businesses, which I'm not going to share for the sake of privacy, it's just a normal residential house. It's not extravagant in any way. The way that he shows off his wealthy lifestyle is rentals. Everything you see in his videos, whether it be the houses or the cars, it's all rented for the purpose of making him look like he's rich. A few months after the initial hype of the F Students video died down, and people got to rapidly unraveling Ben's web of lies, Moist Critical made a video mocking the absurd things this goofball had to say.
You ever heard of Shaolin monks and microfractions? That's an incredible lesson for him to try and teach on TikTok.
This made Ben a lot more popular, meaning he had a lot more people laughing at him on TikTok. In response, he made this video to try and capitalize on his growing hater base.
All right, guys, I have to come clean with everybody. I'm sorry. The truth is, some of you guys asked how tall I am. I'm actually 5'2". You talked about my muscles. I told you it was from hard work. It's all just steroids. My money was actually gifted to me by my mother, who inherited from her grandfather.
I like how this video is supposed to be a spoof, but there's multiple things he said here that are just straight up true. He also tried to respond to Charlie directly.
All right, this is a
special video for a gentleman who is an A student, the perfect employee, as I like to call it, Mr. Moist Critical. This guy is absolutely out of his mind. You know when they say you mess with the wrong guy? Well, let me tell you, you mess with the perfect guy. If you think you're Asian bad boy, let me tell you something. You do not know anything about this Jew. This Jew is a Juju, and he does not like when people mess with his name.
I don't know how him being Jewish fits into all of this, or why he thinks it's relevant to bring that up, or to call Charlie an Asian bad boy. Is Charlie Asian? It's also interesting that he calls Charlie an A student, which to Ben means that Charlie is the kind of guy that would be his employee. The tricky part of that kind of insult is that not only is Charlie self-employed, he's also infinitely more successful and rich than Ben could ever dream of. But at some point in the video, Ben suffered a mental breakdown and began targeting himself instead of Charlie.
Kids at school laughed at you. They didn't like you.
You were the scrawny little boy with pimples on your face. You were definitely not getting any.
He tries to big man Critical in the most middle school way imaginable, and then tries to claim he purposely said microfractions instead of microfractures because his 5D chess mind knew that it would get more engagement. The only funny thing Ben does in this entire video is this.
All you do is sit in your room and talk shit to people gay Brazilians like Sneeko.
However, this minor funny bit is immediately ruined by what comes next.
I'll slap both of you guys at the same time. Showing his clips, my clips. It's a mag. Is that how you protect yourself, with bullets? Because you're not men enough to protect yourself with this?
I thought Ben was the guy who bought an Uzi because he was getting owned at school. But I guess guns aren't cool when it's convenient.
As big as the world is very small. I had a guy talk shit to me, and he was literally from another country on the other side of the planet. I traveled last year to Europe. And who did I run into? The guy. Think I didn't smack him? Of course I did. And after that, he apologized. And he said he was doing it just for the views. That's exactly what you would say. You just did it for the views. No hard feelings, King. I know you're the man. Buddy, I saw your cooking show. You're this small.
When was this trip to
Penguin Zero lives in Florida, and I'm pretty sure he carries.
Europe to meet his hater? Was it before or after he killed Osama bin Laden and then took down the League of Shadows? I think it's safe to say that this entire trip did not happen at all. When trying to figure out why Ben says the things he says, it's honestly pretty difficult. Like, on one hand, he could be saying this because he thinks it's actually intimidating. He thinks that maybe Charlie will be scared that Ben is going to fly to his house and beat him up, or he could just think this is a cool story. This is a badass thing to do. In reality, I cannot think of anything sadder than someone being mean to you online, so you then fly to where they live to beat them up. This is far beyond the idea of someone living rent-free in your mind. This is like someone taking out a 100-year mortgage on your cerebellum. I also don't know why he tries to hype Mog in this video.
You're this small.
When he is on the record coping for being under 6 foot.
Not that there's anything wrong with it.
I am not 5'9". I am 5'10" and a half. And I know because my doctor told me. I think that Ben was just putting forth his best effort to try and get some attention and clout from another response to Charlie. But ultimately, Critical never even responded to him again. So all that Ben got out of it was a ton of new people who were gonna watch him just to laugh at him. With all the funny stuff out of the way, it's time for the moment we've all been waiting for. The King Azule files. To explain them, we need to set up a little background. John Bravo is a creator who has basically dedicated his entire channel to exposing fitness influencers. You name them, and he's probably made a video releasing some shady legal documents about them, or he's exposed their strange fetishes. He usually brings something completely new to the table, and he wouldn't give Ben a get out of jail free card. Pun intended. On June 23rd of 2026, John posted a video shining a light on previously unknown court records showing that Ben Azule was previously convicted of a heinous crime. There's not only a public record of him being arrested for it, but also several court documents detailing the nature of Ben's crimes. Major credit to John for all of this information. Check out his channel. And if you're sensitive at all to this kind of thing, then maybe turn back now, because this is a seriously disturbing story. On July 13th, 2008, Ben, who was 18 years old, along with his brother Dylan and his friend Maor, invited 3 girls to Ben's parents' house, telling them it would be a house party. As Ben drove them there, he made a stop to get alcohol, which he used a fake ID for, as well as pot, all of which was given to the girls, the youngest of which was 15 years old and a virgin. While there's no information specifying what happened to the other 2 girls, the youngest one, who is referred to in the documents as H, was forcibly dragged into a bedroom by Ben, where she was violated not only by Ben, but also his brother Dylan and their friend Maor. During the incident, she attempted to escape multiple times, but she was beaten and pulled back into the room to prevent her from doing so. Eventually, Ben's parents got home and witnessed the aftermath. Maor taking H, who Ben's mom knew was underage, out to the backyard through a side door in the house. When they were questioned by the police, Dylan acknowledged that H was underage and intoxicated during their encounter. Ben and Dylan then turned on their friend, Maor, and claimed he was the only one who did anything to H. This strategy did not work, however, and they were all taken to court. Maor and Dylan were charged as minors, but Ben was charged as an adult. Ben admitted his guilt in open court and was convicted, as did Dylan. But Maor escaped conviction due to issues with the prosecution. 2 years later, a civil lawsuit was filed by H against Ben and his entire family, which resulted in a confidential settlement.
So likely what happened is that they settled for an undisclosed amount, and then he attempted to sue, again, the homeowner's insurance of the home in which this assault occurred in. Now, we know that that was unsuccessful, so he does have a judgment against him. Now, whether or not he's paid, anybody knows, you know. I doubt it.
Now, at the time all of this information came out, Ben's former classmate, Ryan, also gave some additional context.
But I do remember that time period where this happened, and it was big news around town. I'm not sure if all of them, but I remember Maor, he fled to Israel. I believe they all fled to Israel at one point for some time. And then obviously they all ended up coming back and got arrested when they got back.
Vegan Dragon $20, you got over 100k sub. Did you ever see the YouTube silver plate? I never ordered one. Yeah, I didn't care to order one. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Dragon.
And Ben admitted to what he did. On a positive note, I did look up her profile. It looks now that she seems to be doing well. Thankfully, it looks like she was able to move past these horrific events.
To be clear, this is not some Twitter allegation. This is not a he said, she said. As far as anyone can tell, this all clearly happened with complete certainty. This obviously puts Ben in a difficult position, to say the least. While he isn't the first alpha male influencer to have this kind of claim made against him, he is one of the few to actually be convicted. And even though the Red Pill audience can be less discerning with this kind of thing than normal viewers, even they are not super eager to watch someone who has committed a crime as horrific as what Ben did. And by the time the information came out, the Red Pill wave had largely died anyway. Andrew Tate's Rumble account shows that he averages about 100,000 views a video. It's not bad by normal YouTuber standards at all, but it is a far cry from how famous he used to be by a factor of 10. The Red Pill audience was drying up, and Ben had now been exposed as a total blight on society. Frankly, none of Ben's responses warrant any serious coverage, mostly because he's done very little in the way of disproving it, because he can't. What he has done is, for whatever reason, chosen to incriminate himself even further. In his most recent video about this, he firstly ignored all of the claims of violence or lack of consent, and instead only focused on the age of consent angle, as if that was the part anybody was even talking about.
Now, it's not really a crime if you think about it, but unfortunately here in the state of California, it is, because you have Hollywood and they made the age of consent 18. Other states, it's 16. I'm sure maybe some of the states are even 15. But in California, because of Hollywood, because men were
There's no state where it's 15.
Using their power to date younger women, they made it 18.
Unsurprisingly, this video's comments are turned off because alpha male Ben doesn't.
You doing the try not to come challenge?
No. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Like it when people accurately call him what he is. Now, delving deeper into Ben's legal history, there's a few other things that show up under his name. A lawsuit of his against an auto rental company, a petition for a name change. Apparently, Ben was trying to change his name to Ben Aston for some reason. And there was also a lawsuit filed by his dad against his mom and him, although the nature of this one is difficult to figure out. What we do know is that as far as defending Ben and Dylan from the deserved deserved consequences of their actions, their parents were united. And since then, they've actually appeared in some of Ben's content. So it doesn't really seem like they care at all about what their son did. In the civil lawsuit from 2010, there was a passage which read as follows. H is informed and believes that defendants David and Rachel Azule knew or should have known that Ben had been previously charged with criminal acts, knew or should have known that alcohol had been and continued to be consumed by minors on their property, including Ben and Dylan Azule, and knew or should have known that Ben and Dylan Azule had previously had intercourse with underage and or intoxicated girls. As it turns out, this isn't just an allegation made by this particular victim. In 2007, when Ben was 17, an ex-girlfriend of his filed a police report to get a restraining order, alleging that he struck her repeatedly in the face, head, and legs, pulled her hair, intimidated her verbally with guns and a baseball bat, chased her in his car and purposely hit her car repeatedly, tried to forcibly open her back passenger door, and stalked her down to a police station where he was then arrested and detained. In total, she reported 10 consecutive incidents of physical abuse, as well as threats to kill her ex-boyfriend. In another one of John Bravo's videos, he claims that another one of Ben's exes reached out to him, alleging that Ben's behavior was so extreme that it led her to suffer from a degree of actual physical disability. It doesn't take a genius to instantly recognize that what Ben did to the unnamed victim, H, was not an isolated incident. People like Ben always leave a trail of those they've taken advantage of, and they'll keep doing it until they're faced with actual consequences. There was no good response Ben could have to this information coming out, so instead, he decided to threaten John Bravo, implying that he would kill him.
One in particular, and we know who he is, who started this. Him, I'm taking care of him a little bit differently. I'll go make a video about that.
He also tried to get the videos about him taken down, neither of which worked. The last follow-up includes messages from an alleged acquaintance of Ben's, which read as follows. I just realized that I've now lost track of the amount of women Ben has assaulted. Seriously, every time I turn around, there's a new one added to the list that is documented legally. I wonder how many are out there that him, his brother, and Maor hurt. I bet it's much more. John also shows a video recorded by Ben's former business partner. I assume the one that Ben is accused of stealing from him, and this is what he had to say.
Ben, before creating this cacophony of lies for YouTube and Instagram, was a carpet cleaner. He lived with his mother. To this day, he still lives with his mother. He is not a self-made millionaire. He does not own a bunch of real estate.
Sleeping on Tellers, what are your thoughts?
Not an injustice. It just is. This is an important message for anyone who cares about being an effective advocate for animal liberation. Have you ever heard someone frame veganism as a movement to reduce harm and suffering? You'll often see this in debates. One person representing this harm reduction stance in the name of veganism. And the core of the argument is that the reason people should stop using products and services built on using animals is because it reduces suffering. That is the premise laid out. And this is a position that adds conditions when its logic is challenged. Let me demonstrate. They'll start by saying something like, yeah, veganism is about reducing human cost suffering to animals. And that brings up the counter argument of crop deaths. Well, what about all the mice and the frogs and the moles that are harmed and killed in crop production? And what about building infrastructure? That causes harm to animals too.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. It's about right. Okay,
estate to enhance his portfolio of other investments. If you even have a simple intellectual conversation about basic fundamentals of finance, he is lost in the sauce.
This former business partner then shares about a trip that he and Ben had taken back to Israel. While sitting at a restaurant, Ben suddenly became very paranoid about his surroundings. Once the waiter arrived, he attempted to assault Ben. It was later revealed that this waiter had a sister, that sister being yet another alleged victim of King Azule.
I was introduced to the true Ben Azule, a monster.
To sum all of this new information up, anyone who has ever met Ben Azule and isn't somehow benefiting from his grift fully knows just how much of a pathetic psychopath he is. Any chance he had to try and build an online audience, even if only by people who ironically enjoy his content because of how funny and absurd he is, was completely destroyed after June 2025. Going forward, he tried everything in the Red Pill Grifter rulebook to try and scrape back some relevance, whether it be him talking about sunning his balls balls.
When you have direct sunlight on your balls, it raises your testosterone levels by 140%.
He tried drama farming by calling out people who exposed him. He tried to get himself into influencer boxing, but failed miserably because nobody cares about him. He even tried the ancient, tried and true technique of, whatever this is.
לכל הישראלים שעוקבים אחריי, ואף פעם לא שמעו אותי דובר בעברית. יואו!
Emil that you just watched try to argue that we should stop using the term vegan because he believe it is too misunderstood.
Yeah, that's stupid. Thanks for the donation.
Listen up, here's a story about a big guy that lives in a true world. And all day and all night and everything he sees is just true.
I'm sorry, bud, but I don't think being a tribesman is gonna get you out of this one, no matter how much you glaze Big Ben. Apparently, there's some pipe-hitting Yahudim in the Holy Land who wants your head for what you did to their sister. I don't think even your own can only describe.
Let you speak to me.
Okay.
Going into the reality of the sport, what are some of the challenges that you face that you may have not expected being a professional bodybuilder?
Yeah, so there's a few things, right? Like, one is obviously, we all know we're on hormones and things like that. And I think getting into it really, really young, a lot of guys are super naive to like, I mean, you're changing your brain chemistry, you're changing everything about yourself. So you're playing with your hormones and you're playing God a little bit. So just remember that. I was a little bit naive to that, in that I do think if you abuse drugs and things like that, it can change your personality a little bit. I was lucky enough that I kind of started to see those things and started to pull back. But it was something that I was not really aware of, that it could be dangerous like that, as well as obviously we know drugs are dangerous and things like that, but you don't know how powerful they are. You don't know where to get them, those things like that. So getting into this sport, that part was very eye-opening to me, having to deal with Western Union and things like that. So I was a little bit naive, if you will, to that side of things. And then just the whole world itself is so niche. There's a lot of weird and crazy things that go on in this. And with that, there comes some other negative things in bodybuilding that I wasn't really aware of, like on social media and things like that, of one, people being overly sexual to you when that's not what your goal for this was, but it comes with that because...
Cool concept.
No. This is, stupid. Thanks for the donation, Samsaro.
Because you're posting your whole body. And I was a little bit naive to that as well, if you will. And then I would say the last thing that I was a little bit naive to is how hate or comments or negativity in general online can actually affect you as a person. Before I had it, I was always like, oh, that's so easy to just ignore and turn off, or like, don't read the comments.
Yeah, it is that easy. This guy kind of had a massive crash out. Probably because he was doing too much tren or something and dieting too hard.
But when you're in it, man, it's hard to stay away from it. And it's hard not to see those negative things. It's hard not to see what people say about you. And it's something that I've learned to deal with very well. And that's why we continue to post the things that I post on social media and enjoy to post on social media, is because we've started to find a culture and a group of people that support me and mostly fill my cup up with positivity. But with social media comes a lot of negativity, and you kind of have to learn how to navigate that. And there was definitely no blueprint for me on that. I came into this and got so much advice from Jay and Branch on how to treat fans and how to diet and how to train. But they really didn't know how to navigate the waters of hate online and how to stay away from comments and those things. Jay kind of got it at the tail end of his career, but he was so loved and such a great ambassador that it's really hard for people to be negative to Jay. And besides that, most of these guys, besides Phil and Dexter and them, in the older era didn't have social media to have to deal with as much. You know, magazines, they really weren't going to write a bad article about you. They wanted to highlight what was good about you and what you did as a bodybuilder that was great, not the bad thing. So now with these social media channels, you have to know, one, all eyes are on you. You're a professional athlete and people are watching you 24/7. And as a younger bodybuilder, you know, I made mistakes or talked shit online or, you know, talked badly about people when people were recording. And I had to eat the bullet on that and take the hate and take the damage that it did to my social media or getting dropped by sponsors and things like that. And that really wasn't something I was prepared for, to be honest with you. And it probably just came mostly with also the stardom. I was very young. I got fame early. People started following my Instagram very early on. And so even in my amateur...
This guy just has issues controlling his emotions, and he like starts shit with people for no fucking reason. Then when people criticize him for it, he just loses his shit even more.
career, when I would miss or not peak well, I get a lot of hate, and that really was hard on me at first. It really took me a long time to figure out how to navigate that and understand that, like, yeah, they're making these comments, but they might not know what they're talking about, and the people that know.
Like, why waste your energy on fucking fools? The people who, like, it happens to me when I'm, like, streaming, doing training. You're not doing the exercise right. You have terrible form. Why are you using such a light weight? I could do that. And then, like, you look up these people's profiles. They don't even lift. They're skinny as fuck. Like, they're all just shit-talking fucking morons. And these people are just jealous of your own success. Like, why even fucking bother? And on top of that, like, I don't even know why the fuck you'd even, like, respond to them. Like, just keep being better, you know? Like people are calling me vegan no gains and shit. Oh, your bench press sucks because you're vegan. Yeah, and then I benched 410 fucking pounds, naturally. And then what did they have to say? Then they just started accusing me of being on steroids and shit. I didn't start doing steroids until about a year later. Or over a year later. And then, again, like, same shit, like, then once I'm bigger and on steroids and all this crap, you're gonna die soon. Why would you go on steroids? You looked better off steroids. People always talk shit. Who the fuck cares? It's just stupid.
They know, you know, if Branch Warren and Jay and these guys are telling you you're a good bodybuilder, then, like, you're probably okay. But it definitely took me a while to navigate that. And so I'd say that part was probably the hardest for me. The actual steroid side of things, I had a decent grasp on because of pharmacy school. So I kind of knew some of the things I was getting into with that, on like what I was supposed to control, what I needed to look really for in my blood work, that I needed to get blood work and pay attention to my health, because these things do change markers and can cause issues. I wasn't quite... I truly had no idea on the doses bodybuilders took, and I never really tried to look into that as a younger kid because I didn't care. I planned on doing...
Dodo Teller's dumb progressive woman says not letting illegal immigrants have driver's licenses terrorizing black and brown people.
Only law enforcement officer on the stage tonight. Should this type of roadside testing become standard practice across California? And what should happen to drivers if they do fail? You have 60 seconds.
Well, we have to first off acknowledge that we actually do have rules and we actually do have laws. And if they are not abiding by those laws and California is giving them driver's licenses when they do not qualify for those driver's licenses and we're sending them out onto the streets, we also have seen several horrific accidents that were attributed to people that did not understand English or that could not comprehend the road signs or the street signs that they were supposed to be abiding by. So we don't know the context of this. This is what's super important, especially in law enforcement. You have to know the entire context of this entire stop and this entire video, not just the small section. But if he is verifying whether or not someone can read signs. My guess is he was stopped for violating a sign, and he's trying to verify that he could. And let's stop with this whole racism thing and racial profiling and all of this garbage. We have to get over this. You either violated the law or you didn't. End of story. Consequences for bad behavior.
Ms. Porter, same question. Do you believe that English proficiency, language proficiency should be strictly enforced for truck drivers? You have 60 seconds.
I would absolutely fight the Trump administration, because the job of the California governor is to protect Californians. And right now, that includes protecting them from Donald Trump. Protecting Californians also includes enforcing traffic laws. And we've seen sometimes a need for oversight in California. For example, we have seen that the Department of Motor Vehicles was not enforcing rules around DUIs and drivers who had convictions for that. I am stunned that Mr. Bianco would say to black and brown Californians and immigrants who are being terrorized and racially profiled that you have to get over racism. It's not something that you get over. It's something that you fight. And if he doesn't understand the importance of that, he has no business representing a state with the diversity of California.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. Mr. Bianco, I'll give you 15 seconds to respond.
Yeah, again, that's not even close to what I said. What I said is we're Californians, and I'm speaking for them, especially from law enforcement. When I deal with persons of color every single day, Californians are absolutely sick and tired of our politicians making race the basis of everything. It is not. And this racial divide that they are pushing between law enforcement and the public, or Democrat and Republican, absolutely has to stop. And I'm telling you, we are sick of it.
Should the CHP be giving English proficiency tests to
Poopy diaper donate tillers, what a load of shit.
What do you eat for breakfast?
Today I had steak.
Yeah, I've already seen that video like a billion
truck
times.
drivers? And if not, would you as governor push back against the Trump administration on this policy? You have 60 seconds.
I would definitely push back on the Trump administration on, again, a reckless policy. I would make sure that that officer understands that he cannot discriminate against any driver without having a basis to do so. I understood a little bit of what that individual was trying to say. I couldn't see the signs, but it certainly sounded like he was trying to describe what that particular sign was trying to represent. And so we have to be very careful that we're not profiling consumers in California, drivers in California. It is against the law. And our police officers, while they try to do the best job of keeping safety, have to understand they have to abide by the rules and treat everyone, every motorist, the same way. And so if that officer had some basis to be qualified, let's take a look at that. But let's not find that people are being discriminated against because of what they look like. Is that officer asking everyone he pulls over to explain those road signs, or is he asking only people who look like me? And if he's doing that, then he's violating the law.
And I just want to clarify, do you think CHP should be giving English proficiency tests?
As far as I know, the Academy does not train CHP officers to be giving English proficiency.
I mean, if it's a requirement to have a certain amount of English proficiency to have a license, I mean, anybody with a brain can, like, yeah, you pull somebody over. Okay, me no understand, sir. I only speak Espanol. Like, you know, I think you can fucking maybe. Like, what is this? I don't know what the fuck's going on with society anymore.
Proficiency exams. So that officer has some explaining to do.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Hilton, would you require full...
What do you mean English proficiency exam? Okay? Me only speak Espanol? Like, I think you can figure out that they're not proficient in fucking English.
Compliance with the federal language standards for truck drivers. You have 60 seconds.
So I've discussed this with
oh my God.
Someone called Marcus Coleman from Bakersfield. His beautiful daughter, Delilah, was put into a coma by someone driving a truck. An illegal immigrant, didn't speak English, and his daughter now disabled for life. That's what we're dealing with here. It is completely ridiculous that we have people driving on our roads who can't understand road signs and can't speak English. So, yes, of course, and I've discussed this with my friend Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, we will not be issuing commercial driver licenses when I'm governor to people who are illegally here and who don't speak English. That is obvious common sense.
Mr. Hilton, thank you. Frank.
Mr. Steyer, where do you draw the line on this? Should language proficiency for truckers be strictly enforced, even if it means that some of them will probably lose their jobs? You have 60 seconds.
Look, I agree with what was said, which is we don't know the context of this stop. But what I can say is this: racial profiling is illegal. And in fact, picking on people based on the color of their skin in the state of California is illegal. I have a program for ICE that involves prosecuting them for racial profiling, prosecuting them for violence against Californians and the supervisors, studying, investigating their detention centers, having legal defense funds for people who've been kidnapped and put in those detention centers, and a Know Your Rights PR campaign. Listen, what we're talking about here is whether police officers and the criminal justice system treats people fairly based on the color of their skin. I will say this: Donald Trump posted against me last week because I said
these people are just mostly cracked.
Doing sports for a long time, and so steroids really weren't an interest to me until I was actually fairly into the sport and ready to get on stage. And with that, I had a decent group of people around me that could guide me and kind of had a decent knowledge. I would say my first coach was a little bit aggressive because he'd mostly worked with people that weren't gifted yet. So when he got me...
Are you surprised that people actually follow streamers like Clavicular? He promotes doing meth and he just overdosed on stream a few days ago. Also, he smashed his face with a hammer to get a better jawline. He's mentally ill and I think he has autism.
I don't think he has autism. He'd be retarded. You don't have autism just because you act a little weird. That's not what autism is. Can't say I'm terribly surprised, sort of. The whole reason Clavicular got really popular all of a sudden is literally because the owners of Kick just wanted to promote him. It was basically a pay-to-win kind of thing. He just ended up getting promoted through Kick, and that's why all of a sudden you just saw all the shit about Clav everywhere. They paid people to promote him, push him in the algorithm. They spent hundreds of thousands of dollars promoting it. It's doesn't have anything to do with him being particularly interesting or entertaining. When you see most of his streaming content, it's not particularly interesting. So it's just shit that got promoted in the algorithm. That's all it is. So that doesn't surprise me when you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to make somebody popular. You are going to, if you're at least moderately entertaining to some degree, which there's some funny streaming highlights here and there. Doesn't surprise me, but yeah, he didn't have any kind of natural growth in popularity or anything. It's just a big company that does gambling just promoted him. Thanks for the donation though, Anonymous.
He found very quickly that we didn't have to be as aggressive and we were getting the same response as other athletes. And I think that was also really beneficial for me in that I kind of knew okay, I don't have to take what he takes to get the same response. So maybe I can do this and do it healthily and take care of myself. And then as I've progressed, I've watched myself do some things that I even thought were stupid and had blood work come back good. So that was something that also I wasn't quite sure on getting into this sport or quite knew what I was getting into. But I probably had a little bit better perspective than some of these guys even, to be honest.
Full day of eating 5,000 calories.
One of my favorite sayings is you either are prepared or you prepared to up. We went to Sam's Club, we got chicken, we got fruit,
and just the necessities that we need, eggs and things like that. So we buy all of our bulk groceries at Sam's Club and make things easier for the week. And then I'm the one that does most of the cooking in our household, and my girlfriend Alexis cooks cleans.
Why did Kick pay to promote him specifically though? Why not someone else?
There's not any particular reason. It's basically, it's just the CEOs figured he's just somebody worth promoting. That's essentially it. It seems like he might have also made some friends within the Kick community who might have advocated for him, or some of the Kick CEOs might have liked him in particular for whatever reason. So, you know, they ended up just choosing him for promotion. It's not that complicated. It's just, you know, what they did. Thanks for the donation, though, K N-word.
What has Israel gotten for bombing the hell out of Gaza and Lebanon besides pariah status? Hezbollah, Hamas are still alive and well and will be back to where they were in 2 to 3 years' time. Was it worth gaining pariah?
I literally don't care.
Why haven't you tried doing Kick? You might get a lot of followers on there and make more money than you would streaming on YouTube. Would you ever do a collab with Clavicular or other streamers, even if it's just to get your name out more?
Yeah, I'd do a collab. I am gonna start multi-streaming on Kick. It's probably worth it. So yeah, I'll start doing that soon. And periodically I end up getting banned from YouTube for...
Why do women act like cleaning and folding laundry is such a big task and entitles them to not have to work?
Because they're cunts. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Man, I gotta like shit. Oh. Yeah, I'm feeling like I'm probably gonna have to shit soon. I'm gonna shit, and then we'll install some RE9 mods, and we'll play a bit of RE9.
You'll start multi-streaming on Kick, just like how you were gonna record a video 2 days ago and never did it, right? Funny how you call Clavicular lazy. Ironic coming from you. Are you busy giving Pat all the attention she wants right now? Loser cuck lol.
There's just some bullshit that keeps popping up, okay? Had a bunch of things that I had to do. I, like, you know, just background stuff with, like, taxes. I had to do some, what's it called? Maintenance on my motorcycle. Had to buy a new tire. I was looking for deals on tires and shit, so just random shit just popped up. But I'm gonna make some videos soon and, you know, multi-stream on Kick. I gotta shit. I'll be right back. All right. I pooped. Um. Okay. Looks like it's over her apocalypse outfit. All right. Looks like the model's a little weird, but... I wonder if some of the problems has to do with me reinstalling multiple mods or something.
Is that Emily?
Yeah. The fuck? There we go.
Emily. Oh, thank goodness. Emily! It collects things.
No more noises. Permanent nap time for everybody. Is he already dead? Can't remember. Yeah, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god, shoot through the fucking thing already. She doesn't see the light, right? Do I still need that? I can't even remember if I still need that. Definitely don't need that. Oh, need a tool to open it. Spaghetti. She has a big butt with this mod. See her big butt? Oh. Bunch But. RE9 safe codes. Is this basement or... Yeah, this basement, right? 60, right? $40 left, right? 80. And nothing.
It's 2.
Where the... Oh, there we go. Oh, is this a dead end? Where's the... Get out of the way, stupid bitch. I don't know if that's the... Do I need 2, or can I just get by with just the 1? No, I need like a screwdriver or something for that, right? Their heads are bitten off. Wait, I'm supposed to remove this first. Yeah. And that dumb bitch is gonna, like, come after me. Eating something?
Barely made it.
Oh my god. Okay, and does this door close if you open this? No.
The smell.
Oh, we need the tool. Alright. Forklift key. Is that it? Yeah. Yay. Okay. Got the forklift key now. Yeah, it makes no sense. I don't know why YouTube has the weird no guns on stream policy, but they make exceptions for video games. Shouldn't this light be on? Why is this light off? How do I turn the light on? So should I go back there and take this out?
Oh my god. Oh god, I really don't want to go in.
Why does he still hit me? I shot him. Let me get through. Fuck.
Stay calm, Grace.
weird. It's like missing. No, I'm aiming at him.
What?
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Whoa. Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
Processing complete.
It stopped. It finally stopped. Thank God.
Juicy butt.
Last one. Now to free Emily and get out of this place. I got in my mouth.
Okay, so there's the one, and the other one's back in the thing. Meadows are just stupid. Yeah, the Meadows rows are just stupid. Just do dumbbell rows.
Grace? Yeah. We gotta get out of here. Hold on tight. I'm scared. Why is it so loud? It's gonna be okay. Just don't let go. Come on. Come on. It's just spinning you down. Why won't they close? Stay away! Come on! Go faster! Grace? Are you hurt? I'm okay. That's good. Good, Emily. What's going on? Hurry! Go!
Let's play.
Her hair's like a spring. It's kind of weird. Toes look weird. Why is it hard to find people to talk to who aren't fucking the head? Because everyone's a retard.
Grace?
You know, it's that simple.
Grace? Are you okay? Yeah. Yeah. How about you? You okay? Here, I kept this safe for you. Thank you.
That cow costume's cute.
Let's go. Hey, Emily. Do you maybe want to
Such a nice bum.
with me? It's not safe here. Okay. Good. That's good.
I like how she's oily and sweaty.
Finally. We made it. We did it.
Bum 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 bum.
Emily? Are you alright? Emily?
I don't know.
Well, let's just... oh my god.
Hey! Stay right there!
Hey, it's okay. We're not infected.
So you're normal?
I think so.
Yeah, normal.
Thank fuck. Those things still running around.
Who are you?
You don't need to worry about me.
I'm tired.
I know.
That your kid?
What's...
This? Old war wound. I can't run away even if I wanted to.
Can you fly this?
Sure can. My bastard boss took the key. You know, I could fly us all out of here. If you go get it for me. It's in there. I'd go myself, but I can't outrun those things, not with this leg.
Are you lying to me?
What? Have you seen the same shit I've seen? Look, lady, we're out of options here. How much longer do you think any of us can survive?
Can I go back to my room now?
It's not safe.
Hey, we can help each other. I'll protect her. If you get the key, I'll keep her safe. I promise.
It's a deal. Come on. I got you. Ready? No. Come on. Gotta strap you in. Oh, I'm Grace, by the way. This is Emily.
Harry.
Thank you, Harry.
No problem.
I'll be right back. Please, just let it be in here.
Where was the thing again? I don't think that had anything to do with it. Oh yeah, the wine bottle.
Oh, I see.
The guy at the chocolate store thinks the vaccines ruin your DNA and that purple road lights are activating shit in the vaccine. Like, what the hell? Yeah, I ran into a crazy fuck at a gas station who said similar shit. Wait. That's nothing.
Found you.
Yes, Zeno, that's correct. All tests have come back positive. I can confirm that she is indeed the one that we've been searching for. If all goes as planned, Elpis will soon be in our hands. Of course. But first I must initiate the protocol. I've done it. I've done it. I've done it.
The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All staff has been initiated. All staff The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All staff please evacuate. Self-destruct protocol has been initiated. Unlocking disposal tanks.
What the hell?
All personnel dispose of specimens and evacuate immediately.
Where's the... Oh my god, fuck up. Eat shit.
Oh, shit, shit, shit.
This is what I like, big wet butts.
Help! Help! happening. Oh, I made it. Okay. I'm coming, Mommy. Oh. Oh.
You get it?
Yeah.
Good.
Oh my God.
What the fuck did you do?
Grace? Grace, what's happening? It's okay, Emily. I'm here. Emily, it's gonna get a little bumpy. I'm right next to you.
No, lady, I'm gonna need you up front.
No, it's okay. I'm all right.
Come on.
Oh, there are so many of them.
Strap in.
Oh, come on!
What's it look like I'm doing? No shit! Hold tight, I'm taking off!
Okay, they all shit their pants. You can see brown stains on the crack.
Get off me! Get the fuck off me!
Emily, are you okay?
Boobs.
Oh, Emily.
Elvis. Grace. What's she got to do with this?
Hell yeah.
Hello, gorgeous.
Fucking love this scene.
Come on, Emily. Shit.
That girl just can't stay out of trouble. Sherry.
What the
Grace
fuck
is still
happened
here.
with the rifle?
Yeah. Found some files
What?
on Victor's computer. She's connected to this somehow.
It disappeared. There better be a weapon cache up ahead.
No. I've got to...
The fuck? Should I go with the classic or the marksman 1A? Yeah, the marksman 1A. And then we'll... the scope. Wait, the scope isn't on. Oh my. How is the scope not on? What the fuck? Why is the scope not on?
Okay.
Oh, things and such.
Must be time for the evening service. Excuse me.
Stay with me.
Grace,
Leon!
who is she?
Oh, this is Emily. Help me, I can't stop the bleeding.
Hey, look at me. We're gonna be okay. Yeah? Can't stay here. That should be the way to the water treatment plant. It's our way out. Let's go.
Oh. Oh.
They just don't give up. Take her. Get her safe. Go! Now! I'll keep our friends busy. They can mutate others.
Time to clear out the rest.
Why can't I throw that?
I'll get you out, Emily. There's got to be a way to get to the surface.
Big, wet, jiggly butt.
I'm sorry, I know it hurts. I'm so sorry. Dead end. Can't let that thing hurt her. It's okay, Emily. Here, rest here. Here you go. I need to keep you safe. Okay.
Okay, it's late. I gotta get my sleep back to kind of normal. So I am going to go nighty-night now. I gotta train legs next. I don't know if I'm gonna like bother streaming that because again, my lower body training's been kind of weird and gay because knee problems. So. Not sure if it'd be interesting, but I might. In any case, I will be on tomorrow, so I will see you all then. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And nighty-night. I will see you all tomorrow.